Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the live broadcast of the election of the House Speaker. As you may have remembered from a couple of years back, this was a big event when Kevin McCarthy ran, and it took 15 rounds to finally succeed at getting elected Speaker of the House. And so we're under a little bit of a different backdrop this time around, where it is widely believed, widely expected that Mike Johnson will become the Speaker again. I want to actually draw your attention to a little bit of what we're looking at as we watch this process play out, because there's a little bit that we have to consider with regard to potential holdouts on the Republican side, and also what the Speaker math actually looks like, because it's not so simple as just getting one or two defections that might change things here. So let's actually take a quick look at what we're looking at. All right, so as far as the speaker math is concerned, Mike Johnson will become, because of the razor-thin majority that Republicans have right now in the House as we head toward this 119th Congress. Basically, what we're looking at is Mike Johnson can afford to lose one Republican. Right now, we already know, full stop, that Thomas Massie, Republican, will not be voting for Mike Johnson. I believe his quote was something along the lines of, you can peel his fingernails off and still he wouldn't vote for Mike Johnson. So I think we can probably chalk that up to a no on the Thomas Massie voting for Mike Johnson front. But let's look at what happens in other instances. So Mike Johnson wins if only Thomas Massie defects. That means if only Thomas Massie votes for somebody else, let's say he votes for Chip Roy or whoever it is, Mike Johnson can still become the speaker. If Massie defects and then one Republican steps in and votes present, that lowers the threshold altogether for the number of votes that Mike Johnson would need. So every time somebody votes present, it lowers that threshold that Mike Johnson will need from 218 to 217, and then if we have two defections, it stays at 217. Another defection will make it 216, so it's a little bit confusing, but for every present vote, meaning somebody votes present but they don't vote for somebody specifically, that lowers the threshold by a half of a vote that somebody will need. So a little bit confusing, but I'll keep you updated as we go to see if that actually takes effect. So if only Thomas Massie defects, Mike Johnson's all good, he becomes the next speaker. If Thomas Massie defects and one Republican votes present, same deal, becomes speaker. So that's the situation where Mike Johnson would win. Mike Johnson loses if two Republicans defect. That means Thomas Massie is joined by Chip Roy, for example. That means Mike Johnson loses his bid on that round for Speaker of the House. Thomas Massie can defect and two Republicans vote present. That lowers the threshold from 218 to 217. And so on and on. That's the math. That's how it looks. That's how it's looking right now. Again, I'll keep you up to date on how everything's looking as the process plays itself out. But that's a little bit of what we're looking at. I'm sure that we're going to be discussing that further. And I'll update you in real time if we see defections, especially multiple defections, or Republicans come forward and opt to vote against Mike Johnson. Something else I wanted to discuss right now is where folks stand. So Chip Roy, this is on Twitter right now. This is according to Punchbowl News. Chip Roy is not sharing where he stands. Quote, "You'll have to watch on the floor." We also have a few other holdouts. Andy Biggs says he is not committing to Johnson this morning. Ralph Norman says his vote is a moving target. Scott Perry is not indicating where he stands, but alludes to prolonging the speaker vote. Prolonging speaker vote is not delaying Trump's agenda. So there was some concern that by virtue of, there was actually some deep-rooted concern about if they weren't able to nominate a speaker, that means the House wouldn't be able to be gavelled into session, which means Donald Trump can't actually become president because you need these people in place to for Trump to actually ascend to the presidency and to take the oath of office. And so there was some worry among folks, and this is all unprecedented, so it's hard to say one way or the other definitively, but there is some worry about that. And so the quote is, "We're just focused on the president's agenda. We want it to be moved and want it to be moved quickly, and nothing's going to stop us with that." So that's what we're looking at right now. Let's move back to here. That's what it's looking at right now. We have about 20 minutes until this process plays itself out. Important to note that Donald Trump has endorsed Mike Johnson for Speaker. He doesn't want anything slowing his agenda down, and so he came forward and posted on the Truth Social his complete and total endorsement for Mike Johnson. Again, doesn't want anything to slow his agenda down. It's also clear by now that by virtue of having given his endorsement to Mike Johnson, that Donald Trump will be has successfully probably extracted any concessions that he needed from Mike Johnson, certainties that he needed from Mike Johnson in terms of being able to push his agenda forward. So I wouldn't have any doubts about what we're looking at in terms of the capitulation of somebody like Mike Johnson as it relates to Trump and his agenda. If you thought there would be a bulwark to Donald Trump in the House, think again. Donald Trump doesn't give his endorsement without something in return. Everything that Trump does is transactional, meaning there is no way that he would just hand his endorsement to Mike Johnson without getting an assurance that Mike Johnson is going to move forward under the assumption, with this certainty that he won't stand as a bulwark to Donald Trump. He won't stand in the way of anything that Donald Trump is trying to do. He is there to help Donald Trump enact his agenda with no pushback whatsoever. And the sad part of all of that is that really the job of the legislative branch is to act as a check to the executive branch, not to stand there and capitulate completely, to contract every ounce of their autonomy to the executive branch. And that's exactly what Mike Johnson will do as it relates to Donald Trump. So that's where we stand right now. Again, we have about 20 minutes here. We have about 20 minutes here until the vote actually begins. And if you remember the last time around, I think if I remember correctly, everything is time is a flat circle here, but I believe that it went multiple days. I believe it went 3 days, if I'm not mistaken. But correct me if I'm wrong in the comments here. And this is expected to go one day, but as I read before, we're not sure how certain it is that Mike Johnson will be able to keep his losses to just Thomas Massie and nobody else. So let's take this opportunity while we have it. Oh, let's see. So I guess over-under on 5 rounds is the comment I'm getting. That's a good question. If I had to give my best guess, and look, that and $10 will buy you a foot long at Subway, but if I had to give you my best guess, I would probably say that we're looking at a situation where it is under 5 rounds, meaning Mike Johnson will become the speaker in fewer than 5 rounds. And the reason that I say that is because it's pretty clear in the Republican conference that their number one priority is not lowering costs or enacting a conservative agenda or passing legislation or adding jobs or making healthcare more affordable or lowering the cost of eggs. Their priority, their number one priority, their most longstanding principle is capitulating to Donald Trump, is loyalty to the God King, is showing him complete and total fealty. And so nobody wants to be the person, except apparently Thomas Massie. But in a conference of over 200 people, one defection is hardly some display of a massive backbone in the Republican conference. But nobody wants to be the person besides Thomas Massie to delay Trump's agenda from being enacted. And he has some 12-point plan for what he wants to see become enacted immediately. But really what that will do is draw the ire of Trump and also invite a primary challenge who will be completely and totally funded by Donald Trump's human wallet, Elon Musk. And so you're contending with opponents on 2 fronts here. If you deign to be the person who stands in opposition to Mike Johnson becoming speaker, which means that you stand in opposition to the prospect of Trump's agenda actually getting passed. And that is, again, you're going to be contending with a full frontal assault by Donald Trump, who has the biggest megaphone in the Republican Party. And also, he'll be completely well-funded to make sure that you don't win your next primary thanks to Elon Musk. And so I don't know who's really going to sign up for that, knowing full well that what these people are looking to do is just preserve their own power, is just to stay in office. I mean, these people could have served as a bulwark to Donald Trump at any point in his first term, at any point after January 6th. And what did they all do? They all came crawling back. They all kissed the ring. That is what they are there to do. They are there to preserve their own personal grip on power so they don't lose their job. And they know that the number one way to be able to do that is by kowtowing to the God King, and thereby making, again, his human checkbook fat and happy. So I don't expect really anybody to be the individual person that's there to sink the prospect of Trump's agenda being passed. So we'll see what happens. Again, there is a big reality show feel to all of this, in the sense that a bunch of these people are kind of keeping their powder dry. Andy Biggs, Ralph Norman, Scott Perry, and then looking at the previous text, Chip Roy, not sharing where he stands. Quote, "You'll have to watch on the floor." So I think in the same way that Donald Trump appeals to this sense of showmanship and tries to create a reality TV feel to all of this, I think these Republicans are doing the same thing. Everybody wants their, I wouldn't even say 15 minutes of fame, 15 seconds of fame here. And so by virtue of these people coming forward and saying that they're holding their powder dry until the actual vote itself begins, I think what they're doing is clear, and they want to build their brands. They want the attention on them. They want to create some sense of drama, and probably to do so in a way that Trump can understand and appreciate as a longtime reality TV guy, and also show him in a public forum that, okay, I capitulated to you, but I wanted to make sure you really saw the extent to which I capitulated to you. And so now, you'll appreciate or you'll owe me one, even though everybody knows that as far as Donald Trump is concerned, loyalty is a one-way street. So you can give to Donald Trump, and you can give again and again and again, and what you should expect in return is absolutely nothing, because he will throw you under the bus the single moment, the millisecond you become politically inconvenient to him. And we've seen that time and time again. We've seen that when he's thrown everybody under the bus, from Kayleigh McEnany to RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel, Romney. This woman literally changed her last name in blind deference to Donald Trump. All of it for naught, because at the end of the day, he would just cast her aside the moment he needed some scapegoat for Republicans losing the election in 2022, losing in midterms. And he couldn't blame himself, even though the people who really lost writ large in midterms were Dr. Oz, Herschel Walker, Doug Mastriano, Don Bolduc, Carrie Lake, all of these people who really espoused the America First agenda. But he needed somebody to blame, and so he said, the problem can't possibly be me. It has to be Ronna McDaniel over at the RNC. And so she was cast aside for the duly qualified, eminently qualified Lara Trump to become RNC chair. So we are about 10 minutes away from this speaker vote beginning. And as soon as it does, we will go live here in the House chamber. But again, for those who are just joining, you might remember a couple years back, this thing taking multiple days to finish, as Kevin McCarthy needed 15 rounds to become speaker. Again, I don't anticipate it'll go that far, but we do have a few Republican holdouts. But 15 rounds for Kevin McCarthy seems like the high watermark for Mike Johnson to be able to beat here. So we'll see how that goes on that front. In the meantime, like I said, if you'd like me to answer some questions, I'll do my best to do exactly that. So you can go ahead and throw them in the chat. Also, if you're not yet following or subscribed to this channel, please go ahead and follow or subscribe, and this way you can see more live streams like this one. Hakeem Jeffries is the, I think I just lost it. I can guess what the question said. Hakeem Jeffries is the Democratic candidate of this House election, correct? That is correct. So all of the Democrats, by the way, for folks who are looking for some indication as to what Democrats will do, or if Democrats will seek to make some deal, strike up some deal with Mike Johnson, the answer is no. Democrats will be united behind their vote for Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker. So assuming all 215 Democrats are present in the chamber, all of them will vote for Hakeem Jeffries. There will be no, even if Mike Johnson doesn't reach that threshold of 218 Republicans voting for him, do not look for Democrats to bail Mike Johnson out. Democrats are not there to help Republicans govern. Democrats are there to select their choice for speaker. If enough Republicans do opt to vote present, lowering that threshold, there is a world in which Hakeem Jeffries, with united support from the Democratic caucus, could ascend to the role of speaker. I wouldn't put a single dime on that happening, but I'm just giving some indication as to what could happen in the event that enough Republicans do decide to throw wrenches into the equation. You even remember how last time around there weren't enough Republicans to vote present to give Democrats the opportunity for that to happen. So that should give some indication as to even amid the dysfunction of this Republican conference, still they won't be willing to capitulate that completely to the Democratic Party, where they would be allowed or enabled to have Hakeem Jeffries ascend to the role of speakership. So, but metaphysically, it is possible that enough Republicans can vote present, thereby lowering the threshold from 218 down to 215, and then if you have a united Democratic caucus, they can all vote for Hakeem Jeffries, and he could become the next speaker. It ain't going to happen, but it does remain to be seen. But what could happen, I should say, is that Mike Johnson could be denied the speakership on the first ballot if some Republicans want to extract concessions with him. Right now, there does seem to be a little bit of contention over the threshold where a speaker can be vacated. It's called the motion to vacate. Right now, it can be triggered by a single congressman. So I believe there was talk of that threshold being raised to 9. So you need 9 different members of the House, and they all have to be members of the majority party. So you would need 9 Republicans to be able to trigger that threshold to vacate the speaker, to launch a vote to vacate the speaker. Of course, that motion to vacate is precisely why Kevin McCarthy lost his speakership. It's because Matt Gaetz decided to launch a motion to vacate against Kevin McCarthy, and he ultimately wouldn't be able to succeed through that process. And that was because of the ongoing feud between McCarthy and Gaetz over McCarthy not stopping the House Ethics Committee investigation into Matt Gaetz's alleged sexual misconduct. And we've since seen the House Ethics Committee report that shows exactly that. Exactly the things that Kevin McCarthy was refusing to bury is what caused this rift in the first place. For those who are just tuning in, we are minutes away from this speaker election beginning in earnest. But more broadly, in terms of any Republicans who are seeking or threatening to withhold their votes from Mike Johnson, in terms of what they're looking to gain, they'll probably be looking to try to get certain Republicans in certain roles. I think there was talk of trying to get Chip Roy to chair the Rules Committee. Nothing can pass without first getting through the Rules Committee, so they may be looking to extract concessions in terms of spots in powerful committees in the House. They may be looking to keep that motion to vacate threshold low so they can really dangle it over Mike Johnson's head as we get into the 219th Congress. So I'm not sure exactly what concessions they are looking to extract from him, but that's probably the entire ballgame right now in terms of what's happening behind the scenes. Let's look at some reporting from Jake Sherman at Punchbowl News. This is from Jake Sherman, Punchbowl News. The 119th Congress starts with a mess. Speaker Johnson could lose the speakership today. Could, not a guarantee. As of now, he has Representative Tom Massey against him. Chip Roy from Texas and a ton of others are undecided. He's not negotiating deals, so that's important to note. His allies are saying that he won't make Roy rules chair, as some hardliners are demanding. He is not negotiating on the rules package. One more no besides Massey could sink him. Multiple ballots weakens him, and people will begin looking for alternatives. Also, Trump world is growing bearish on Johnson's chances. Day 436 of Johnson's speakership. House begins at 12 p.m. Eastern today, so that is about 5 minutes from now. So a lot happening. As I mentioned before, in terms of the deals, it looks like that's probably a major point of contention too, that these Republicans became accustomed to being able to extract concessions in the same way that they did for Kevin McCarthy. We're seeing now that Mike Johnson isn't willing to do so, and so, which is probably a smart tactical move, because as we've seen from these Republicans, if you give an inch, they're looking to take a mile. And in the same way that once Kevin McCarthy started negotiating deals, he was so weakened by the prospect of even being able to be vacated by a single vote that really his speakership was doomed from the beginning. He came into office as the weakest speaker, not only from the perspective of a single member having the power to start a motion to vacate, but also 15 rounds shows that there was so little unanimity behind him, so little support behind him that he would endure this humiliation right off the bat, that really it hurt him more broadly in terms of what he would be able to do as speaker, and the power that he would be able to hold as speaker. So it looks like Mike Johnson's coming in having learned the lessons of the past as far as Kevin McCarthy is concerned. He already, again, we know that Thomas Massey will not vote for him for speaker. He said so on air. And we also know that a bunch of other congressmen have come out on the Republican side and said that they are thus far undecided. And those people include Chip Roy, Andy Biggs, Ralph Norman, and Scott Perry. So it remains to be seen what's going to happen. We're going to find out in just a few minutes here when this speaker vote begins in earnest. Now, Trump's priority in all of this, the reason that he endorsed Mike Johnson is because there's no viable alternative right now. I mean, you remember what happened even when Kevin McCarthy went 15 rounds. They were voting for Jim Jordan, who suffered a humiliating defeat. They were picking people out of a hat, none of whom really had any chance of becoming speaker. And ultimately, Mike Johnson did become the alternative at the very end of this process. But this is a terrible job within the Republican conference to have, especially this brigade of arsonists coming forward. And so there is no viable alternative right now. And Trump's priority is not necessarily, let's see, it looks like we are just about to get started here. So let's do this.
Back in just a minute or two to gavel in the 119th Congress. Micah Solner is reporting that Speaker Mike Johnson.
Okay, we are moments away here from this beginning. All right, so you already see, based on this reporting from Punchbowl News, that Johnson believes he has the votes, but is hedging in the event that he doesn't win on the first ballot. Already saying it says nothing if he loses the first. Of course, it does say that we may be in the same position. We may be in a position, as we were when Kevin McCarthy went 15 rounds, we may be in a position where he has to start offering concessions. We may be in a position where he has to start handing out committee assignments or spots on powerful committees to people if he wants their support. So that all remains to be seen. Right now, I think I would probably guess, if I had to put money behind any of this, that Mike Johnson does get it on the first rounds. But again, I also thought that Hillary Clinton would beat Donald Trump in 2016. So my predictions in $10 again will get you a foot long at Subway. So we'll see what happens on that front. But we have just a moment now until the House is gavelled into session. Again, for those who are just joining, we're about a minute away from the House being gavelled into session right now, where Mike Johnson will begin his bid to be the next speaker in what is usually recently the most humiliating day for Republicans, as they really do put their dysfunction on full display and attempt to do the bare minimum involved in a governing majority, which is simply to elect a speaker, without which none of these members can actually officially be sworn in. And with no House sworn in, you can't actually enact any of the agenda. And so you have Donald Trump, who has thrown his support behind Mike Johnson, not because he's particularly has some particular affinity for Mike Johnson or not. It's more the fact that there is right now no viable alternative to Mike Johnson. And two, without a functioning House, he won't be able to advance his agenda. And his priority right now is just getting his agenda advanced. And so there are a few holdouts in the Republican Party. We have about 4 right now. We have Thomas Massie, who has said outright that you'd have to pry his fingernails off and still he wouldn't vote for Mike Johnson for Speaker, which is some nice imagery here for this Friday morning. And it looks like we are gaveling into session in the House. So grab some popcorn and let the circus begin. And of course, cameras go right to Chip Roy, who is one of those major holdouts. Chip Roy had said earlier this morning, quote, "You'll have to watch on the floor," when he was asked where he stands on the prospect of voting for Mike Johnson as Speaker. So the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to make sure that they have a quorum, and that means enough members to actually begin the business of the House. And from there, that's when it all goes down. That's when we wait and see whether Mike Johnson will become the next Speaker of the House. One quick note, if you're not yet subscribed or following, please go ahead and follow. Please go ahead and subscribe and support this channel, support this live stream.
The 119th Congress of the United States. The House will come to order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Gather us together, sovereign God, from the north and south, from the east and west, from the right and the left, and in your mercy, consecrate the work you have called us to do in this 119th Congress. As we convene to establish and uphold the laws of this nation, may we devote our hearts anew to you and stretch out our hands to receive your instruction. With our spirits oriented toward you, may we be willing to put away all selfish motives, any rancorous thought that may harbor within us, and the sin that we too often cling to and allow no evil or wickedness to gain a foothold in or penetrate this tent of governance. On this day and the days and months and years ahead, may we be found to be free of fault and true of faith and allegiance when we lift up our faces to you. May we, without fear or reservation nor purpose of evasion, stand blameless before you and the people we serve. We ask this and pray your blessing on this Congress and on these United States. In the strength of your divine name we pray. Amen.
The representatives-elect and their guests will please remain standing and join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Looks like we have momentarily, perhaps lost audio to the feed. Oh, here we go.
As directed by law, the Clerk of the House has prepared the official roll of the representatives-elect. Certificates of election covering 435 seats in the 119th Congress have been received by the Clerk of the House. The names of those persons whose credentials show that they were regularly elected as representatives in accord with the laws of their respective states or of the United States will be called. The representatives-elect will record their presence by electronic device, and their names will be reported in alphabetical order by state, beginning with the state of Alabama, to determine whether a quorum is present. Representatives-elect will have a minimum of 15 minutes to record their presence by electronic device. Representatives-elect who have not obtained their voting card may do so now in the Speaker's lobby.
So right now is the quorum call. I'm actually very interested to see. I don't believe he's there. I think I'm 99% sure he's not there. That Matt Gaetz isn't on the House floor. I think he had threatened before he ultimately took on his slot as host of an OAN show that he would come into the 119th Congress just to throw some fireballs. But I don't believe that he's actually done that. So again, for those who are just joining in, right now we have a quorum call to make sure that there is a quorum present to be able to begin the business of the House, and immediately following is the House Speaker election. Right now there is a lot of uncertainty as to whether Mike Johnson will have the votes necessary to become Speaker on the first ballot. There is some reporting from different folks saying different things. Matt Gaetz, for example, said on Twitter this morning, Mike Johnson will be elected Speaker today on the first vote. People might like or dislike that. I'm just reporting the news. At the same time, Ralph Norman flatly declared that Mike Johnson won't win the speakership on the first round. He said, quote, "We'll see how it goes." And the irony of that is that we already know Tom Massey will not vote for Mike Johnson. Ralph Norman himself has the ability to sink Mike Johnson's speakership by voting against him. Mike Johnson can afford one defection, and he's getting it with Tom Massey. Now, Ralph Norman can vote present, and I believe that Johnson can afford one vote against him and one present vote and still become Speaker. Yes, that is true. One present vote and one defection will mean that Mike Johnson becomes Speaker on that round. So we'll see. But it's what's interesting, I think, is that Ralph Norman saying that Mike Johnson won't win the speakership on the first round is especially telling because, again, Ralph Norman has the ability himself to sink Johnson's speaker bid himself. Massey on Gaetz' show yesterday said that there could be as many as 6 who vote against Mike Johnson on the House floor. They would, of course, be doing so at the peril of inviting Trump's ire. And, of course, primary opponents funded by Donald Trump's human wallet, Elon Musk. So for those who are just joining right now, what's happening is that
19th Congress live here on C-SPAN. The Constitution.
There is a quorum call just to make sure that there is a quorum so that they can continue with the business of the House, and then immediately following that is the election of Speaker of the House. So I'm getting the question, how can they vote if they're not sworn in? So the first order of business in the House has to be electing a speaker so that they can be sworn in. So it's a little bit of a chicken or the egg type deal, but the first thing that has to happen is these people are not technically members of Congress until they're sworn in, but they can't become sworn in until they all come together and vote for a speaker who can then begin the 119th, gavel in the 119th Congress.
And there could be other nominations as well. Now, once a new speaker is elected, we'll hear remarks by the speaker-elect, and that's followed by their swearing in by the Dean of the House. The Dean is the longest-serving member of the House, and that's now Hal Rogers, Republican of Kentucky, first elected in 1980 when Ronald Reagan was elected president. After that, the oath of office for the newly elected and re-elected members will be administered by the Speaker, and the last order of business is the adoption of the rules package for the 119th Congress. If you're seeing different shots today, that's because C-SPAN's cameras are allowed on the floor on opening day, so we will be live with our cameras, which are usually controlled by the House of Representatives. Well, joining us today to help set up what's going to happen this afternoon is Daniela Diaz. She is a congressional reporter with Politico. Daniela, going into today, what is the headline?
Well, we're just going to see in just a few moments whether Mike Johnson will be re-elected as Speaker of the House. We are expecting several ballots to take place. He probably won't be able to clinch that nomination on the first ballot. Of course, the ballots being the roll call vote when all of the members say whether they support him for Speaker or not. But we do expect that to take place. It's unclear whether he will become Speaker. Right now, all signs point to that he will likely be chosen as Speaker after a couple of rounds. However, there are still some Republican conservatives that do not seem that keen on nominating him for Speaker. Of course, there's one that's already said he's absolutely a no, that being Thomas Massie, a libertarian from Kentucky. But it's really tentative to see who is going to be the no votes that we expect in the first round. And obviously, of course, this will take as many rounds as possible until there's a Speaker. Otherwise, as a lot of Republicans and Democrats have told me, this could be a really chaotic time for the House should they not have a Speaker. We've seen that before. We saw that take place just a year ago when they booted Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. So a lot of lawmakers, rank and file lawmakers on both sides, hoping that doesn't happen again.
So, Daniela Diaz, besides Tom Massie, has anyone else said no, a hard no yet? Speaker Johnson.
Right, he's the only one so far. However, there are a lot of far-right conservatives, a lot of folks on the House Freedom Caucus who have said that they haven't decided where they stand on Mike Johnson. Now, this is a way for them to be able to have conversations with the Speaker, soon to be possibly Speaker-elect again for the 119th Congress. This is a time when they are able to make requests from him, whether it be plum committee assignments, whether it be certain bills that they want on the floor, whether it be certain measures they'd like to see in that massive reconciliation package that they're hoping to pass within the first 100 days through a process called budget reconciliation that would include tax measures, immigration. So they have his ear, these far-right conservatives, and that's why they're taking this time to meet with him, to discuss what would it take for them to get to a yes on his vote. However, something to distinguish about Johnson that's separate of Kevin McCarthy this time 2 years ago is Johnson is saying that he doesn't want to make any promises to these far-right conservatives who want something from him in exchange for a yes vote. He wants to be able to go in and say, I'm going to lead this conference, I want to unite this conference, and I don't want to specify or make any promises to specific lawmakers. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens should he fail on that first ballot round, whether he decides to go back to his office and meet with lawmakers, start talking to them on the House floor, and we can watch that play out in real time with the C-SPAN cameras. So lots to see what happens in the next hour.
So 219 to 215 is the current breakdown in the House of Representatives.
All right, so we have a few minutes here, about, 7 minutes or so left of the quorum call. And from that point, the next agenda item on the docket is the vote for Speaker of the House. There is, again, as you've heard, some uncertainty as to whether this is actually going to play out in Mike Johnson's favor. He can afford one defection and one present vote. So the way it works is you can either vote for Mike Johnson, vote for somebody else, vote for him, vote against him, or you can vote present. When you vote present, that lowers the threshold that you need by a half a person each time. So Mike Johnson can afford one person voting present in his conference and then one person voting against him. So we already know that Thomas Massie is going to vote against him. That means if one other Republican votes present, that's all that he can afford in this entire process. So So remains to be seen what happens. We know that there are quite a few Republicans who we're uncertain about right now, and that includes Chip Roy, who's held his powder dry, and he says you'll have to watch on the House floor. Andy Biggs is not committing. Ralph Norman is not committing. Scott Perry is not committing. So all of this process is going to play out. There is some uncertainty as to whether Mike Johnson is going to get it on the first ballot, on the second or third or fourth. Right now, he's not negotiating anything with Republicans. He's not looking to give them any concessions that they might be looking to extract, any spots on committees, for example. But we'll see if that changes. If, for example, they keep denying him the speakership. With a razor-thin majority like the one that they have, all it takes is a couple of Republicans, literally 2 Republicans, to vote against him to deny him the speakership. So a lot of these, these people like Massey, Perry, Roy, Norman, they're able to wield a lot of power. Now they do this with a little bit of risk. They shoulder risk in doing this because they draw the ire of Donald Trump and they draw the wallet of Elon Musk, who has promised to fund primary opponents for people who don't bend the knee and completely grovel at the foot of the God King. And so these people, again, do so kind of at their own peril in terms of what they're willing to stomach in a Republican Party that first and foremost values fealty to the God King above anything else.
And we see Speaker Johnson on the floor right now greeting members and perhaps doing some lobbying. And just a minute ago, Daniela, we saw Nancy Pelosi on the floor, and it is being reported that she is wearing flats after breaking her hip. That would be a first for former Speaker Pelosi, wouldn't it?
It certainly would be. She actually fell while she was on a codel abroad with a group of lawmakers, and she got hip replacement abroad. And because of that, she's been out of Congress for a few weeks leading up to the holidays, and of course after the holidays. However, she posted yesterday on social media.
We will see. It remains to be seen, too, how weakened Mike Johnson becomes by virtue of possibly not winning on the first ballot, because we saw what happened with Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy went 15 rounds. He was severely weakened as Speaker. He came into office as the weakest Speaker in modern American history, if not American history. And that played out exactly in that way, where he was a weak Speaker and didn't even last his full tenure. He had one of the shortest tenures of any Speaker in modern American history. So that's what that would kind of forebode. I think that Mike Johnson has a vested interest in doing what he can to avoid that. So if he's not already whipping votes among the Perrys, Normans, well, he's not going to get Massey, but some of these other holdouts, then there may be a world in which he is looking to offer some concessions to people to avoid the humiliation that Mike Johnson contended with. That Kevin McCarthy contended with in the previous Congress. And very selfishly, I have a vested interest in hoping that this only goes one round, because I may or may not be on vacation in Mexico right now. So as much as I love watching Republicans wallow in their own dysfunction, it would be nice not to go 3 full days of a Speaker vote in the same way that it did in the last Congress. But I'm sure Congress is not especially worried about my vacation schedule.
Jeffries to accidentally get the Speaker's gavel because too many members vote present or no on the Republican.
All right, it looks like we are about two minutes away from the quorum call ending and getting into the Speaker vote itself. As far as reporting is concerned, all 215 Democrats are present, and I believe that all 218 Republicans are present right now as well, but I'm sure we'll find out if they're not.
From the Speaker's chair, the way it's been is that one member, that's all it takes, can put forward a resolution to vacate the Speaker. And now that has changed. Should Republicans nominate a Speaker in the next couple of hours, should a Speaker be confirmed as Speaker and retain Speaker Mike Johnson retains the Speaker's gavel, it will now take 8 to 9 Republicans for them to be able to have enough to be able to motion to vacate the Speaker's gavel. So it went from 1 to a handful, and that is really, really important because it makes the ability for someone to be able to boot a speaker much more difficult. Now, that was a rules package that was negotiated by the Main Street Caucus, which is a group of more centrist Republicans in the House GOP conference that worked with the House Freedom Caucus to pass that measure. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see, should that measure be adopted, how this continues. And of course, it's good news for whoever becomes Speaker, because it would mean that it will be much more difficult for them to lose that gavel.
All right, we have a tweet that was just published by Mike Johnson that seems to be in response to some demands that were put forward by Victoria Spartz, who is usually one of the holdouts. I believe she was one of the holdouts for the whole Kevin McCarthy saga a couple years ago. Mike Johnson wrote, "The American people have demanded an end to the status quo and a return to fiscal sanity," which I'm sure that this Republican Party is going to be content to deliver, because remember, they added $7.8 trillion to the debt, but let's not get bogged down in details. "That's why the citizens of this great country gave President Trump and the White House and Republicans control of both chambers of Congress. If we don't follow through on our campaign promise for fiscal responsibility, we don't deserve to hold power. The national debt is a grave threat to America's economic and national security, and no issue exemplifies the Congress's failures more. The Republicans have a real opportunity in the next 2 years to make meaningful spending reforms to eliminate trillions in waste, fraud, and abuse, and to end the weaponization of government. And along with advancing President Trump's America First agenda, I will lead the House Republicans to reduce the size and scope of the federal government, hold the bureaucracy accountable, and move the U.S. to a more sustainable fiscal trajectory. As Speaker, I commit to," and this is, by the way, for those just tuning in, this is Mike Johnson's tweet just 3 minutes ago. "As Speaker, I commit to creating a working group comprised of independent experts, not corrupted by lobbyists and special interests, to work with DOJ and our committees on implementing recommended government and spending reforms to protect the American taxpayer. 2, task that working group with reviewing existing audits of federal agencies and entities created by Congress and issuing a report to my office for public release. 3, request House committees undertake aggressive authorizations and appropriations reviews, including providing additional resources where needed to expose irresponsible or illegal practices and hold agencies and individuals accountable that have weaponized government against the American people." So there were some concerns by Victoria Spartz about the failures of Mike Johnson and the Republican Congress to actually show some fiscal responsibility. Of course, this is what they wail about when they're out of office, and when they're in office, we don't have to look far to remember what they did. From 2017 to 2019, Republicans had full control of government. Trump was just elected president in his first term, and they added nearly $8 trillion to the debt. So this notion that when Republicans are in office, they are going to get the debt under control is an absolute joke, especially as they float these ideas that no doubt are being supported by ultra-wealthy people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Float these ideas like eliminating income taxes and instead just putting a flat sales tax on items. That will balloon the deficit unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Mr. McCormick, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Murphy, Ms. Rosen.
So as I was saying, we did see some concerns by Republicans like Victoria Spartz that Mike Johnson wouldn't govern in a way that was fiscally responsible. That's why Mike Johnson laid out these commitments.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic?
This is Kamala Harris swearing in some new senators, freshman class of senators.
Freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
So as I was saying, Mike Johnson's laid out these commitments to fiscal responsibility. Of course, we all know that Republicans have no commitment to fiscal responsibility. This is just one of their bumper stickers that they like to beat their chests about. But he's laid out these commitments to fiscal responsibility. In turn, Victoria Spartz has announced that she will support Mike Johnson on the House floor. So she was one of the long-standing holdouts to Kevin McCarthy, part of that group of Republicans who refused to vote for him round after round after round. Eventually, she did come through along with these other Republicans, giving Kevin McCarthy the gavel a few years back, but she won't be part of this group in this Congress to block Mike Johnson's assent to or retention of the Speaker's gavel.
Clerk will call the names of the next group.
Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Sheehy.
So this is a split screen of another round of U.S. senators being sworn in right now. So that's what's happening. We are doing a quorum call in the House, and we are doing swearing in of senators in the Senate. So that's what you're watching. This quorum call should end any second now in the House, and we should get on to the business of swearing in, of electing the next speaker. So we are just moments away from that happening. It's imminent at this point.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter? So help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. Congratulations, Senator.
And that is outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris swearing in the new members of the Senate. There's about 10 new members of the Senate, about 10% of the entire body. And in the 119th Congress, the Republicans gain control. 53 seats to Democrats' 47 seats. Senator Thune, Republican of South Dakota, is the new majority leader. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York continues as the Democratic leader. And there are 12 new senators, as you can see, 6 from each party. It gets a little complicated in there, and we'll get into that in just a minute. But right now, let's go back to the House floor. You can see Speaker Johnson down there talking with his members. Let's dip in and watch for a minute.
So as I mentioned before, we are moments away. Any second now, we should be done with this quorum call, and we can get on with the business of electing the speaker. So that is seconds away here. It should have lasted about 10 minutes, and of course it's lasted almost 30. So as soon as this is done, this quorum call is done, then they will get on to the business of voting. Again, for those who are watching right now, if you'd like to support this live stream, if you're not yet following or subscribed, please go ahead and do so. That's the best way to support this channel, to support my work, to support these live streams, and I'm sure there will be plenty more like this in the future. So if you want to be able to follow along, please again make sure to follow and subscribe. Thanks, guys. So we see Hakeem Jeffries on the floor right now.
Congress on
Rest assured that there will be no deal making
today because C-SPAN cameras.
There will be no deal making between Democrats and Mike Johnson to cook up some agreement for them to vote for him. Democrats will vote every single time, every single ballot for Hakeem Jeffries. There will be 215 votes for Hakeem Jeffries. It won't be enough to have him actually win. I would not put money behind the prospect of Hakeem Jeffries becoming the next speaker, even with dysfunction, what may be inevitable dysfunction in the House. Enough Republicans would have to vote present to lower that threshold from where it's at right now, which is 218. I believe we would need like 218, 217, 17, 16, 16, 15. We would need 6 defections from, or 6 present votes rather, from Republicans if we're actually looking at the prospect of Hakeem Jeffries being the next speaker. It's not going to happen, so I would rule that out. Is it possible? It's metaphysically possible. Is it going to happen? No. Even when there was so much dysfunction at the prospect of Kevin McCarthy's ascent to the speakership, even then, Republicans didn't stoop to the point of allowing Democrats the ability to swoop in and win that vote. So Hakeem Jeffries won't become the speaker in this Congress, but he will absolutely consistently garner 215 votes from a unified Democratic caucus. I think importantly, Thomas Massie just tweeted about 5 minutes ago, 433 members of Congress are being sworn in today. I'm being sworn at. So Thomas Massie, of course, well known right now for being the one person who has come out full-throatedly vowing, even if his, quote, fingernails were pried off, not to vote for Mike Johnson as speaker. So he is kind of the face of the resistance to Mike Johnson. He does so at his own peril because this is certainly drawing the ire of somebody like Donald Trump, who has thrown his support behind Mike Johnson, knowing full well that without Mike Johnson as speaker, that means the House can't get gavelled into session, which means that Donald Trump's agenda does not move forward in very much the same way that happened when Kevin McCarthy became speaker. So look, Trump's priorities here are certainly selfish, but he has thrown his lot behind Mike Johnson, doesn't want his first move as president here in his second term to be backing a speaker that can't even get his shit together enough to do the bare minimum required for a governing majority, and that is to just become Speaker of the House.
Last year, the Kevin McCarthy saga, several votes, ousting, and then et cetera, until we got to Mike Johnson in October. Has that ever happened before?
Brett Baer tweeted, Fox's Brett Baer took to Twitter, this is the chief political anchor for Fox News, tweeted, I am told President-elect Trump this morning has made calls to a few so-called undecided Republicans on the speaker vote. We're told all of those calls were, quote, positive for Johnson. Probably not on the list was Thomas Massie, who has made his no vote clear. There is cautious optimism in Trump world that Johnson will be elected as speaker on the first ballot, but they acknowledge there's some doubt. The president-elect is engaged and watching and may make more calls.
So we're in the quorum call right now. We're waiting for that to finish. And then what comes next?
So after that, we're going to have the vote for speaker. There will be nominations. Each party will nominate their candidate, and then we will proceed to a vote. And what makes the vote so much fun for those of us who like to watch the House floor is that it's not done electronically, as this quorum call is being done, but it's done alphabetically. And every member is called by their last name, and then they have to say whom they are voting for. And so it takes a good 30, 45 minutes, and as you're watching, you can look for folks you think might not vote for their party's nominee, whether they choose not to vote or vote for someone else. And just as we had that, and we saw that drama in 2015.
And of course, to that point, the prospect of watching a few people who we know right now are holdouts, this speaker vote is imminent, and I'll be going through and talking you through who we expect to be these undecided Republicans, and that includes Andy Biggs, it includes Ralph Norman, and it includes Scott Perry, and it includes Chip Roy. So if you're watching right now, stick around because this speaker vote is imminent, and I'll walk you through all the people who are undecided. Because Republicans, again, have a razor-thin majority in the House, Mike Johnson can afford one defection and one present vote, and he's got it with Thomas Massie. So stick around because we will see if Mike Johnson is able to do what Trump wants him to do. If Mike Johnson can do what Trump wants him to do, which is to succeed at his retention of the Speaker's gavel in the first round, or if we're looking at a situation where it very much looks like what happened to Kevin McCarthy and something needs to go multiple rounds or dozens of rounds or even more. So all remains to be seen, but we are moments away from this first Speaker vote getting off the ground.
So it could be Johnson or Jeffries, or it could be anybody, but it has to be a name. So if you choose not to vote or you vote present, it's as if you're not voting at all, and it's not counted towards the denominator. So for instance, a lot of people are talking about how Johnson can only afford one defection, which is true. If Tom Massie votes present, doesn't vote, or votes for someone else, Johnson will still have a majority. But when you start having more defections, then how they vote will matter. So for instance, if there are two defections, two Republicans who choose either to vote for someone else or not to vote at all, or vote present, then the outcome depends on what their vote choice is. If they, for example, those two members decide not to vote at all, they're not counted. And then the threshold that you need to get elected is not 218 as it is now, but 217. And in which case, Johnson would lose 2 votes, but he would have 217, he would have the majority, he'd still be Speaker. But if those 2 Republicans choose to vote for another named candidate, you still need the 218, and Johnson would have 217, so we wouldn't have a Speaker chosen.
Okay, so for folks who are asking, what is a present vote? Somebody can vote present, and it means that that they're noting that they're there, but they're not voting, they're not casting their vote for Mike Johnson, for example. And so what that does is lowers the threshold that you would need to actually become Speaker. So for every 2 present votes, it lowers that threshold by a full vote. So instead of 218, it goes to 217. That means you just need 217 people to vote for you to become Speaker. If there are, I believe, let's see, 17, 16, 15, 5 or 6 present votes, then the threshold would be lowered down to 215. And by the way, Democrats have that. So they could elect Hakeem Jeffries, but that's not going to happen. But that's just, in theory, that's what could happen.
In the chamber who wish to record their presence?
Okay, it looks like quorum call is finally over.
Expired. 433 representatives-elect have recorded their presence. A quorum is present. Credentials, regular and form, have been received showing the election of the Honorable Pablo Jose Hernandez Rivera as resident commissioner from the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico for a term of 4 years beginning January 3rd, 2025. The Honorable Eleanor Holmes Norton as delegate from the District of Columbia. The Honorable James C. Moylan as delegate from Guam. The Honorable Stacy E. Plaskett as delegate from the Virgin Islands. The Honorable Amua Amada Coleman Radawagan as delegate from American Samoa. And the Honorable Kimberlyn King Hines as delegate from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. The clerk is in receipt of a letter from the Honorable Matt Gaetz of the state of Florida, indicating that he will not serve in the House in the 119th Congress.
All right. Applause.
Without objection, the letters relating to his resignation will be printed in the record.
Applause in the House when it's announced that Matt Gaetz won't serve.
Pursuant to law and precedent, the next order of business is the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. Nominations are now in order. The clerk recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean.
Here we go. This is the main event here. Let the circus begin.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, colleagues.
Mr. Clerk, as the chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by the vote of that conference to present for election to the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress the name of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana. Welcome, everybody. I am optimistic about our future. On November 5th, the American people gave us a great opportunity to get America back on the right track. They gave us an opportunity to get back to normal and to get back to the real issues that the country faces right now. People want the opportunity to take care of their families. They simply want to provide for their children and give them a prosperous future. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the opportunity today to do just that. We have an opportunity to take our country back. With Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and President Donald J. Trump in charge, we have the opportunity to put America first again. We have an opportunity to do something about crime. We have an opportunity to do something about the border. And we have an opportunity to take care of our veterans. We and every single member in this chamber and those of you watching at home and on TV should be looking forward, knowing that America will be respected again. Our country is the last bastion of hope. If we fail, then who? This is why we are focused on the issues that the majority of Americans care about: God, family, country, faith, freedom, and traditional American values. And we should be making it easier for people to achieve the American dream. Over 14 months ago, Mike Johnson took on a daunting task. No speaker is perfect, and no one will ever be. However, achieving perfection requires incremental gains and hard decisions along the way. None of us will get exactly what we want. The fundamental collective goal of this body is to make progress for the American people in which we represent. And we have done just that under Mike's leadership. We should be celebrating and building upon his efforts, our efforts. Mike has remained the same kind and caring person as he was before he assumed this role. He's an honest broker. He shows you his true beliefs at face value. He is steadfast in his values of faith, family, and love of this country. He knows our brightest days are still ahead of us, and I do too. I am hopeful for the next Congress. I am optimistic that we will focus on those issues that people truly care about. I know Mike will be an integral part of this country's comeback. He will lead us through another successful Republican majority. As chairwoman of the Unified House Republican Conference, I can say proudly that we are ready to govern. It is my honor to present our conference's nominee for the Speaker of the People's House, the Honorable Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
The clerk now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. So what's going to happen now is that Democrats are going to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as their nominee. There will be the question posed as to whether anybody else wants to nominate anybody else. There won't be any. Right now, Republicans are going to be focused on trying to see if Mike Johnson can get over this threshold. And same with Hakeem Jeffries, and we'll get to the first round of voting.
But first, I want to acknowledge my colleague from Michigan for her heartfelt and personal nominating speech. As someone who's given a few of these, I can say you served your conference well, Representative McClain. But Mr. Clerk, today I rise on behalf of the governing majority of the House of Representatives. The American people have sent a strong message that they want their elected leaders working together to tackle the affordability crisis. There is only one leader in this chamber with a track record of compromise, conviction, and compassion. There is only one leader who understands the needs of the working people and has lived the American dream himself and is committed to ensuring its promise for future generations. There is only one leader who knows how to negotiate a bipartisan deal and then stick to that deal. House Democrats are united behind the most powerful legislative leader in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries of Brooklyn. House Democrats, under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, are committed to bipartisanship and common sense solutions to America's most pressing challenges. In the face of chaos and dysfunction over the last 2 years, our caucus has kept the government funded, kept our allies protected, and the economy secured from the catastrophic default. In the 119th Congress, we will work with the incoming administration to make life better, safer, and more affordable for working families. And the incoming administration must also recognize that while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are divided, and while compromise remains a dirty word for so many, Congress won't be able to keep the lights on, let alone pass anything of substance, without the buy-in and blessing of House Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries. Make no mistake, Democrats want to bring down the cost of living, build more housing, and lower the cost of everyday items like food, medicine, and childcare. Even as the extreme rhetoric rises in this chamber and in the public square, we will not stop advocating for the policies that do the most good for the most people. Because of Hakeem's leadership, we will never abandon our values or sacrifice our bedrock principles of freedom and democracy. When America's enemies abroad threatened our democratic ally, Ukraine, when terrorists attacked our strongest ally, Israel, it was Hakeem Jeffries and House Democrats who delivered the votes and stood tall for America's national security. When the least, the lost, and the left behind were threatened with devastating cuts, Hakeem Jeffries stood with America's mothers, children, and veterans. When the incoming administration wanted to raise the debt limit by trillions of dollars in order to finance tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, leaving middle-class families to pay for the bill and leaving them high and dry, Hakeem Jeffries didn't just say no, he said, no. That's why there is only one true candidate today for Speaker. So, Mr. Clerk, I am honored to rise today at the direction of the House Democratic Caucus to place into nomination for election to the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the pride of Brooklyn, the gentleman from New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay, so we have Mike Johnson nominated for the Republicans, Hakeem Jeffries for the Democrats. No more nominations will happen right now, and we're going to get to voting. So for everybody who's been tuned in for the better part of an hour now, this is what we've been waiting for. It remains to be seen. We'll find out right now whether Mike Johnson will be able to become Speaker on the first ballot or if it will go subsequent ballots.
Representative-elect from the state of Louisiana and the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative-elect from the state of New York, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the clerk appoints the following tellers. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile. And the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Torres. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the Speaker's rostrum.
Just a quick note for those who are watching, who've been tuned in for the better part of an hour now, or a little over an hour now. If you want to support this channel and these live streams, please make sure to follow or subscribe. That's the best way to support what I do and to catch more live streams like this one. And I will be walking you all through who we can expect to either put up a fight or acquiesce at the end of the day to Mike Johnson's speakership. So there are a few holdouts in the Republican Party that we don't know yet if they're voting for Mike Johnson. As soon as these people are coming up, I'll let you know, and we'll follow along together.
Game on. Game on. Loosen the tie.
That's really good stuff. This is what I should do. I won't.
You'll hear that.
something we may expect to see is Republicans who are in attendance opting not to vote until the end, and that will kind of increase pressure. This way they can look around and decide what they want to do based on what other people do. So we may see people who are in the chamber opting not to vote until the very end when their names are called again.
The roll now will be called, and those responding to their names will indicate by surname the nominee of their choosing. The reading clerk will now call the roll.
All right, here we go.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Johnson. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. Johnson. Allen. Johnson. Amo. Jeffries. Amode of Nevada. Johnson. Ansari. Jeffries. Arrington. Johnson. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Johnson. Bacon. Johnson. Baird. Johnson.
First name to look out for is Biggs.
Balderson. Johnson. Ballot. Jeffries. Barr. Johnson. Barragan. Jeffries. Barrett. Barrett. Baumgartner. Barrett Johnson. Barrett.
Johnson.
Johnson. Baumgartner. Johnson. Bean of Florida. Johnson. Beatty. Jeffries. Begich. Johnson. Bell. Jeffries. Bentz. Johnson. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Johnson. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Johnson.
Biggs is coming up.
Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of South Carolina.
President Trump's endorsed candidate, Mike
Johnson.
As I mentioned, people will be in the chamber and they won't vote because they're going to wait until the end. That will increase pressure on Mike Johnson. He's also waiting to see what the other holdouts do. So Andy Biggs is the first holdout. We don't have a vote yet from him.
Jeffries.
Next name to look out for is Lauren Boebert.
Let us know, Mr. Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
Okay.
Bonamici.
So that's one hurdle
Jeffries.
overcome by Mike Johnson.
Bost. Johnson. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Johnson. Bresnahan. Johnson. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan.
Look out for
Johnson.
Burchett.
Budzinski.
Burchett
Jeffries.
is coming up next. He's another
Burchett. Johnson.
Okay. So that's
Burleson.
another hurdle
Johnson.
overcome for Mike Johnson.
Bynum. Jeffries. Calvert. Johnson. Kamick. Johnson. Carbajal. Jeffries.
So far, Mike Johnson has gotten the support of a few holdouts. Lauren Boebert, Burchett, Burleson. We're waiting to find out what happens with Andy Biggs. Next name to listen out for is Cloud.
Carter of Georgia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Johnson. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Shifferless McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Ciscomani.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Cisneros.
We're coming up on
Jeffries.
Cloud. Cloud is the first name
Clark
to
of
listen out for.
Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Johnson. Cloud. Cloud.
Doesn't vote. He'll come at the end.
Clyburn. Jeffries.
Next name is Clyde.
Clyde. Clyde.
Another no vote. So we're waiting for Cloud and Clyde.
Cohen.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cole. Johnson. Collins. Johnson. Comer. Johnson. Conaway. Jeffries. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa.
Next name to look out for
Jeffries.
is
Courtney.
Crane. Another Republican holdout.
Jeffries.
Crane.
Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Johnson.
Okay, so
Crane.
that's another hurdle overcome by Mike
Johnson.
Johnson. He got Crane.
Crawford.
Johnson.
Johnson. Crenshaw. Johnson. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Quare. Jeffries. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Johnson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Johnson. Dexter. Jeffries. Diaz-Balart. Johnson. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Johnson. Downing.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Dunn of Florida. Johnson. Edwards.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Alfred. Jeffries. Elsie. Johnson. Emmer. Johnson. Escobar. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ezel.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fallon.
Fourth District of Texas votes strongly for Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fedorchak. Mike Johnson. Johnson. Feenstra. Johnson. Fields. Jeffries. Figures.
Next name to listen
Jeffries.
for
Finstad.
is Harris.
Johnson. Fishbach. Johnson. Fitzgerald.
Next name to listen for is Harris.
Fitzpatrick.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Flashman.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood.
Johnson.
Johnson. Fung.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Johnson. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin.
All right, it's coming up here.
Friedman. Jeffries. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Johnson. Fulcher.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino.
Johnson.
Johnson. Garcia of California. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Gill of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Gillen. Jeffries. Jimenez. Johnson. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Goldman of Texas.
Mike
Johnson. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. Johnson. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Gooden. Johnson. Goodlander. Jeffries. Gosar. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Graves. Johnson. Gray. Jeffries. Green of Tennessee.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
Is Andy Harris.
Green
Listen for
of
Andy
Texas.
Harris.
And still not rise for the preferred candidate of liberty and justice for all, the hope and dream of his slave. Order.
The gentleman may respond by survey.
Green of Texas, Jeffries. Green of Georgia,
Coming up on Andy Harris.
Johnson. Griffith. Johnson. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Johnson. Guest.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Right, I think the next one's Harris, or one of the next ones.
Guthrie.
Johnson.
Johnson. Hageman. Mike Johnson. Johnson. Hamadeh of Arizona. Johnson. Carter of California. Jeffries. Herodopoulos.
Johnson.
Johnson. Harrigan.
Johnson.
Johnson. Harris of Maryland.
Another no vote.
Harris of Maryland.
So he's withholding his vote to see how the
Harris
other
of North Carolina.
holdouts are voting right now.
Johnson.
So that's Andy Harris from Maryland,
Harshbarger.
another holdout.
Johnson.
Right now,
Hayes.
right now there are 4 holdouts. Remember, Mike Johnson can afford to
Jeffries.
lose 1, and he's going to lose that with Thomas Massey.
Johnson. Higgins of Louisiana. Johnson. Hill of Arkansas. Johnson. Himes. Jeffries. Henson.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Johnson. Houlihan. Jeffries. Poirier.
The next name to look out for
Jeffries.
is going to be McCormick. That's the next possible holdout. Right now we have 4 holdouts.
Hudson.
Mike Johnson can afford to lose 1 of them. So it remains. None of these people, all these people are holding their powder dry. We're waiting to see what happens with Clyde, Cloud, Biggs, and Harris. They're going to vote. They're going to have the opportunity to actually cast their vote at the end.
Hurd of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Isa.
Speaker of the House, Speaker Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ivy.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jack.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jackson of Illinois.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jackson of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jacobs. Jeffries. James.
Gosar didn't vote either. Okay, so
Johnson.
that's 5 holdouts. Gosar didn't
Jayapal.
vote.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Johnson. Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson. Johnson of Texas. Jeffries. Jordan. Johnson. Joyce of Ohio. Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Kim Lagerdove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane. Johnson. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Johnson. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Kennedy of New York. Jeffries. Kennedy of Utah. Johnson. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. Johnson. Kiley of California. Johnson. Kim. Johnson. Knott. Johnson. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Kustoff. Johnson. LaHood. Johnson. LaLota. Johnson. LaMalfa. Johnson. Lanceman. Jeffries. Langworthy. Johnson. Larson of Washington.
Okay, so the next
Jeffries.
name to listen out for, of course, is Thomas
Larson,
Massey,
Connecticut.
who's already vowed to vote against Mike Johnson. So Thomas Massey is the next name up.
Jeffries. Latta. Johnson. Lawler.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lee of Florida. Johnson. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Letlow. Johnson. Levin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ricardo.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lou.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk.
Johnson.
Johnson. Lucas.
Johnson.
Johnson. Luna.
MAGA Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Luttrell. Johnson. Lynch.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mace.
Johnson.
Johnson.
All right, get ready.
McKenzie.
Massey is coming up.
Johnson. Magaziner.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Maliotakis. Johnson. Malloy. Johnson. Mann.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mannion.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Massey.
Tom Emmer.
Emmer.
Wow, there's the first one against Mike Johnson. Thomas Massey votes for Mike Emmer.
Mast.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Matsui.
We knew that was coming.
Jeffries. McBath.
Next name to listen for is McCormick.
Jeffries.
McCormick.
McBride. Jeffries. McCall. Johnson. McLean.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McLean Delaney. Jeffries. McClellan.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McClintock. Johnson. McCullum.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McCormick. Johnson.
All right, that was a potential holdout.
McDonald Rivet. Jeffries. McDowell.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McGarvey.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGovern.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGuire.
President Trump won the vote in the electoral vote. I'm proud to vote for Mike
Johnson. McIver.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Meeks.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Next name to listen out for is Norman. Ralph Norman from South Carolina. Norman coming up next. That's another potential holdout. I expect him not to vote. A lot of these House Freedom Caucus members are withholding their votes until the very end.
Johnson. Mfume.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Johnson. Miller of Ohio.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Miller of West Virginia. Johnson. Miller Meeks.
The Honorable Representative and Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mills. Johnson. Min.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Molinar. Johnson. Moore of Alabama. Johnson. Moore of North Carolina.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Moore of Utah.
Speaker Johnson.
Johnson. Moore of Wisconsin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moore of West Virginia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Moran.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Morrison. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mervan.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mullen.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Murphy.
Johnson.
Johnson. Nadler.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Neal.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Nagoose.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Nails. Johnson.
Coming up on Norman.
Newhouse.
Mr. Johnson.
Johnson. Norcross.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Norman.
Jim Jordan.
Jordan.
Wow. Voted for Jim Jordan. That's it. That's it. That's two no
None
votes.
of Iowa.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Obanoti.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
So that's it.
Ocasio-Cortez.
He's not going to succeed on the first
Jeffries.
ballot.
Ogles.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Olszewski. Jeffries. Omar. Jeffries. Onder.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Owens. Johnson. Pallone.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Palmer. Palmer. Johnson. Panetta.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pelosi.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries.
So with
Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Johnson.
with Thomas Massey voting for Tom Emmer and Ralph Norman voting for Jim Jordan, Mike Johnson will fail to amass enough votes to win the Speaker's gavel on the first ballot.
Pfluger.
We're on track to.
Johnson. Pingree. Jeffries.
Wow.
Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Poe. Jeffries. Presley. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Randall.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Raskin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Johnson. Riley of New York.
Binghamton University's Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rivas.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rogers of Alabama.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Rogers of Kentucky. Johnson. Rose. Johnson. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Johnson. Roy. Roy.
Chip Roy doesn't vote.
Ruiz. Jeffries.
What a mess.
Ruley.
Johnson.
Johnson. Rutherford. Johnson. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Johnson. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez. Jeffries. Scalise. Johnson. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schmidt. Johnson. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Johnson. Austin Scott. Johnson. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. Johnson. Sewell.
Oh, wow. Self-voted for
Jeffries.
Byron Donalds.
Sherman.
Wow.
Jeffries.
Wow, wow.
Sherrill. Jeffries. Shreve. Johnson. Simon.
Man, that's 3 defections. This is a failure at this point.
Simpson. Johnson. Smith of Missouri. Johnson. Smith of Nebraska. Johnson. Smith of New Jersey. Johnson. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Johnson. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Sparts. Johnson.
That was another possible
Stansbury.
holdout.
Jeffries. Stanton. Stauber. Johnson. Stefanik. Johnson. Style. Johnson. Stubbe. Johnson. Stevens. Jeffries.
Okay.
Strickland. Jeffries. Strong.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Stutzman.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Subramaniam. Jeffries. Suozzi.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Taylor. Johnson. Tenney. Johnson. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Tiffany. Johnson. Timmons.
So what's going to happen here is that they'll go through the rest of this voting. They'll go back to multiple members of the Republican Party who have not yet voted, including Biggs, Cloud, Clyde, Harris, Gosar, and Roy. See how they vote. But regardless, with Tom Massey, Ralph Norman, and Keith Self not voting for Mike Johnson, but instead voting for other Republicans, Mike Johnson will fail at this ballot. So we'll see a second ballot come up imminently.
Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Tran. Jeffries. Turner of Ohio. Johnson. Turner of Texas. Jeffries. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Johnson. Van Drew. Johnson. Van Dyne. Johnson. Van Orden.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Vargas.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Vasquez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. VC.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Vindman.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Wagner. Johnson. Wahlberg.
Johnson.
Johnson. Waltz. Waltz. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas.
James Michael Johnson, Louisiana's favorite son.
Johnson. Webster of Florida.
We're coming around to the non-voting members. There's
Westerman.
6 of them.
Johnson. Whitesides.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Weed.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of Texas.
Johnson.
Johnson. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Johnson. Whitman.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Womack.
Johnson.
Johnson. Yackham. Johnson. Johnson. Zinke.
Michael Johnson.
Johnson.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, collectively the largest per capita of veterans in this country.
Does the gentlelady have a parliamentary inquiry?
I asked why they were not called. Have some respect. It's not going to take...
Gentlelady is recognized.
I asked why they were not called from the parliamentarian, please.
Delegates-elect and the resident commissioner-elect are not qualified to vote. Representatives-elect are the only individuals qualified to vote in the election of a speaker. As provided in Section 36 of the House Rules and Manual, the speaker is elected by a majority of the members-elect voting by surname.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body and this nation has a territories and a colonies problem. What was supposed to be temporary has now effectively become permanent. We must do something about this problem so that these 4 million... But I have a voice, and...
Good for her.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Biggs of Arizona. Johnson.
Okay. That's one clawed back for Johnson.
Jeffries. Cloud. Johnson.
Another clawed back for Johnson.
Clyde. Clyde. Gosar. Gosar. Harris of Maryland.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Another clawed back for Johnson. And it looks like Chip Roy might be the last one.
Roy. Johnson.
All right. So, Johnson will still fail. He'll still fail on this ballot.
Waltz.
Johnson.
Johnson.
If there are any representatives-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Right now we're waiting on Clyde and Gosar.
Just stand right there.
Just say Clyde.
Just say Clyde.
Just
Clyde. Clyde. Gosar. Johnson.
Okay. Both voted for Johnson, so now we're looking at 3 no votes. And they're gonna read right now that Johnson has failed.
Clyde. Johnson.
They're going to read right now and say that Johnson has failed to reach the requisite 218 votes and that there will have to be another round of voting. So here's the deal. Mike Johnson does not have the requisite 218 votes to be able to get the speaker's gavel. He lost Thomas Mousy, Ralph Norman, and Keith Self. So he could afford to lose 1. He lost 3, which means they will go to a second ballot. Mike Johnson has promised that he wouldn't be offering concessions to members of his conference. I don't know if the goal for these 3 Republican holdouts was just to embarrass Mike Johnson or to try to extract concessions or to see if there were going to be more members of the Republican conference who would join them. All of those members who were considering voting against him, I'm talking Chip Roy, Cloud, Clyde, Gosar, Biggs, all of them opted in the end to vote for Mike Johnson. So I don't know if that reduces the pressure on him or undermines the coup against Mike Johnson from these 3 Republican members. So we may very well see some of these people come over to Mike Johnson in the next round. It all remains to be seen, but as of right now, we will be going to a second ballot. I want to remind everybody that Matt Gaetz posted just a few hours ago on Twitter, Mike Johnson will be elected Speaker today on the first vote. People might like or dislike that. I'm just reporting the news. So for more great political analysis like this, tune in to Matt Gaetz on OAN. So right now, what they're doing is they're counting up all of the remaining votes, double checking them basically. They'll make an announcement that Mike Johnson doesn't have the requisite number of votes to be elected Speaker, and it will be up to Johnson what happens next, whether he wants to go into recess and take a little bit of time to try and meet with some of these holdouts, or whether they go immediately into a second ballot.
Of the 119th Congress. If you're watching along with us, you can see there that Representative Johnson does not have the votes to be Speaker yet on this first round of votes. The tally, 216 for Johnson, 215 for Jeffries, 3 for others. That adds up to 434. Matthew Green is a professor of politics at Catholic University. He is with us, and I'd love to show those 4 pages of math that you have been doing throughout this vote count. What happened?
Well, we knew that there were some Republicans who were unhappy with Johnson and talked about, if not voting against him, voting present or not voting. We knew Tom Massey of Kentucky definitely was not going to vote for Johnson. But we had more certainly than I had anticipated. And although many of them ultimately in the second round, when their names were called, decided to vote for Johnson, there were 3 Republicans who voted for other named candidates. And so as a result, Johnson did not have the 218 that he needed to get elected this round of Speaker voting.
Joining us from Capitol Hill is Michael Schnell of the Hill publication. Ms. Schnell, what's going on up there?
Yeah, it's we're still all digesting the vote tally here, but as the clerk officiates the votes and, goes through the roll to make sure they have it right, it appears that Mike Johnson has fallen short of winning the Speaker's gavel on this first ballot. As was mentioned, 3 lawmakers voted for somebody other than Johnson on the floor, 3 Republicans. Ralph Norman voted for Jim Jordan, Keith Self for Byron Donalds, and Thomas Massey for Tom Emmer. And because of that outcome, that leaves Johnson with just support from just 216 Republicans. All 215 Democrats supported Hakeem Jeffries. And that 216 number is problematic for Mike Johnson because it's short of the 218 that he needed to clinch the gavel. So this is not official yet. The clerk is going through it, but according to my tally, it looks like Johnson is going to fall short of the gavel on this first ballot.
So this is where we stand right now. Again, they're going to make an announcement shortly once they've made the vote tally official. And they'll make an announcement that Mike Johnson has not reached the requisite number of votes. He needed 218. He's at 216. From there, it'll be up to Mike Johnson and these Republicans what they want to do, whether they want to take a break and meet with Norman, Self, and Massey to see if they can get them to ultimately come over, or if they're going to take a recess or if they're going to go right immediately into a second ballot. So all of that remains to be seen. For those who are watching right now, if you want to support this live stream, please make sure to follow or subscribe, whatever's best for you, and this way you can follow along as we try and wade our way through the muck-filled swamp that is Republicans' governing majority here. Do they keep voting until he wins? They'll keep voting until somebody becomes elected speaker. That is the only job of Congress right now as it stands. Nothing can happen. These members can't even get sworn in until there's a speaker. By the way, for moving forward, if, let's say, some of these holdouts opt to vote present, what that does is it lowers the threshold that Mike Johnson would need to become speaker. So if you have multiple members vote present, for every 2 members who vote present, the threshold lowers by 1. So if you have 2 members who vote present, the threshold goes from 218 to 217. And then you can afford defections based on that number. But at this point, it remains to be seen what happens with these three Republican holdouts. And it looks like Mike Johnson's now leaving the House chamber.
I'm sure he's having these conversations. His allies are, whether they can be moved now or not.
So I presume that they're going to be having some type of conversation with a couple of these holdouts. I'm sure the holdouts are going to try to extract concessions. It does not look like a second ballot vote will be imminent, but it remains to be seen.
Who is controlling the proceedings today? Because there is no speaker-elect.
Right. So it's the clerk.
There is no Congress right now.
Well, the Congress has started, but the clerk, the acting clerk, the person who opened the proceedings today, is technically the person who is running the House until a speaker is chosen.
Because there are no members sworn in at this point.
Right. They're members-elect at this point. They haven't been sworn in, but more importantly, we don't have a speaker. And so until that happens, the highest-ranking officer of the House, who is the clerk, is in charge.
Now, you were doing a lot of math. Do you mind holding up those sheets? I just want people to see what was going on during the vote count, because we had lots. Here, why don't you give them to me, and I'm going to just show these underneath my camera here, just to give you a sense of what kind of math was going on while this was happening. And you can see here all sorts of math as more members changed or didn't change or didn't vote, et cetera, et cetera. 6 people held out. Or 6 Republicans held out, or 7, and all ended up voting for Mike Johnson. What's the strategy there?
Right. So 7 just did not respond when their name was called. They chose not to vote. And there were, a couple possibilities here. One, as this was happening, was that they just didn't want to vote for Johnson, but didn't want to vote for anybody else. And they didn't care if that meant that Johnson would get to be speaker or not. The other possibility was that they were doing it to make a point, to say that you need our votes to get elected speaker. We will eventually vote for you, but by doing this, we're making you sweat a little bit and show that we matter and you need to listen to us as this 119th Congress proceeds. As it turned out, they all did end up voting for Johnson. But it wasn't enough because you had these 3 who voted for other candidates and did not change
Massey,
their votes.
Norman, and Self.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay. And
I was asked. Did Kay Granger show up to vote? I don't believe Kay Granger showed up to vote. I believe that Granger retired and that her replacement showed up to vote. So again, we are for those who are watching right now, we are moments away from the clerk announcing that Mike Johnson didn't have 218 votes, that he won't become speaker, and then it remains to be seen whether the House is is, well, I mean, it's not really put in recess because it hasn't even started yet, but whether we go immediately into a second ballot or whether they need some time to basically politic and figure out how to claw back some support. Probably not going to happen from Thomas Massie, but Ralph Norman and Keith Self. But in any case, it is very much the same brand of circus that Republicans ushered us through there in the last Congress. And if this forebodes anything, it's that Republicans yet again are proving that they are not only not willing, but incapable of governing. I mean, look, Republicans ostensibly wanted a governing majority to be able to do exactly that, and yet they can't do the bare minimum required to even get this Congress started. You can't even swear in members of the House until and unless you have a speaker. They can't even do that. This is a new phenomenon where suddenly members of Congress don't know how, unto themselves, in their own governing majority, to figure out how to elect a speaker from their own party. And yet, this isn't just something that's happening as a one-off. This is now a recurring theme in today's GOP.
Outsider, first-time members kind of thing. But, whoever they choose in some ways is irrelevant. The point is, they didn't choose not to vote or vote present. They chose to vote for another candidate, which changed the math. And in this case, made it so Johnson, as of right now, does not have the votes to be Speaker.
When Pete Aguilar nominated Hakeem Jeffries, he said, from the party that governs. Mm-hmm. And you kind of laughed. What was that?
Well, one way of thinking about the way that any legislative body works, including the House, is what is the majority? And you can look at the majority in terms of just party affiliation and say, in this case, well, Republicans have more seats, so they're the majority. But there's other kinds of majorities as well. So one kind of majority is a procedural majority, which is, do you have the ability to control the agenda, to decide what comes to the floor? Another is a policy agenda. Do you have a majority to pass the things that you want? And I think what he was referring to was what we saw quite a bit in the previous Congress, which is even though Republicans had a numerical majority, they had more Republicans than Democrats who were in the House, there weren't enough willing to vote with the party on some key issues.
Now, it does remain to be seen whether at the end of the day, Mike Johnson or Donald Trump remains to be seen at the end of the day whether Trump decides to step in here and try and wield some of his political capital against some of these holdouts. Remember, it's not just Trump who unto himself has proven to be a kingmaker or killer in the Republican Party, but also Elon Musk, who has vowed to use his wallet, his unlimited funds, to basically seek retribution against anybody who doesn't show adequate loyalty to the God King.
Let's watch the floor for a few seconds and let's see what's going on.
It's also worth noting, prior to this humiliation happening, that Mike Johnson came out and said that he wouldn't be willing to cut deals in exchange for support for speakership. I don't know if that will continue to be the policy moving forward. Obviously, something's got to give here. We've got to figure out some way, if not to get the support of Tom Massie, who's on the screen right now, to then figure out how to garner the support of Self or Norman, both of whom decided to vote against Mike Johnson right now. So will Mike Johnson suddenly relent a little bit and offer to exchange some concessions in exchange for votes? That remains to be seen. We're going to find that out momentarily. I do believe at the end of the day, if I had to put money on it, that Mike Johnson won't have an issue becoming Speaker, but I don't know what it's going to take to get there. Will it be just a matter of Trump leaning on Norman and Self right now on the phone? Perhaps that's all they need, and Mike Johnson becomes Speaker on the second ballot. Maybe they'll outright refuse, feeling insulated from political pressure from Trump, and maybe they'll strike a deal with Johnson in exchange for something, maybe committee assignments, maybe something like that. Or will they just see the writing on the wall and just relent unto themselves? I don't know. Or I guess another option is just that this thing goes on and on and on, and Republicans continue to bury themselves in the humiliation of the fact that they cannot manage to figure out how to cobble together some governing majority to do the bare minimum required to even get this thing going. And Trump is put in a position where he can't even enact his agenda on day one because the House hasn't even been sworn into session. So a few different options in terms of how this could go. But we're going to have an answer here as soon as we have the official count, which is going to happen momentarily, where the clerk will come forward and say that Mike Johnson doesn't have the requisite number of votes.
We are back live at the House of Representatives, first day of the 119th, the election of the Speaker. Round one voting is nearly complete, or we're waiting for it to be gavelled out. Tom Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Professor Matthew Greene is here on the set with us. Professor Greene, what do you see in that picture?
That's a great shot of two members of the House Republican Conference who have a tradition of...
I'm getting the question, are there clear reasons for holdouts beyond just being difficult to make a point? Yes, holdouts could also be holding out in exchange for something in return. They might want committee assignments. They might, for themselves or for somebody else. If they view certain committees as being chaired by people who aren't aligned with their specific political ideology, then they might be saying, okay, we don't want this person as the ranking or the chairman of this committee. We want this person, somebody who's more aligned with our politics, our brand of politics. And so they might be doing that. Or the flip side is that they're just doing it because they do want to make life difficult. They do want attention. They do want to try and wield some power. I'm not aware of what specific reason these few members are giving, but that's where we stand right now. Again, for those who are watching, if you want to support this live stream, and as we keep watching here until we get to the conclusion of this effort by Republicans to do the bare minimum that's required of a governing majority and elect a speaker, please support this channel and this stream by subscribing or following. I very much appreciate it. That's the best way to support what I do. I don't put any of this content behind a paywall, so just subscribing is or following is all I would ask for.
So in some ways we're returning to form, but the fact that they couldn't even reach a majority, the majority party's candidate couldn't reach a majority in the first ballot on the first day of the opening house for two consecutive Congresses is really remarkable.
If you were a Democrat on the floor right now, how would you be feeling?
Well, Democrats would obviously prefer to be in the majority than the minority, but given that, I think they are thinking this is, again, just as Congressman Aguilar said, a sign that there's going to be a lot of opportunities for them to have influence because the majority party is going to have trouble governing.
Let's return to the House floor.
Again, we are seconds away right now, seconds away from this failed first ballot becoming official. And waiting to see what happens moving forward. I'm getting the question, why don't the Democrats make a deal with the Republicans for committee assignments so that Jeffries could be Speaker? As far as I know, the Democrats are not looking to make any deals. Their job is not to vote for, or it's not, first of all, Democrats are not going to vote for a speaker. They've announced they won't vote for a speaker. They're going to be united behind Hakeem Jeffries. It's not up to the Democrats to figure out how to swoop in and save them. And Republicans are never going to They're never going to agree to any concessions on committees. Also, you can't just make a Democrat a chairman of a committee when Republicans have the majority, so that wouldn't work, first of all. But just more broadly, the Democrats are not of the mind that that it's their job to swoop in and save the Republicans. The Democrats are going to vote for a Democrat, as is their job, as has every party in the minority done for all of time. Their job is to just vote for the person who represents them. If Republicans can't get their shit together, that's on the Republicans. If they want this thing to go 100 rounds and just fail to even get Congress started and fail to enact Trump's agenda, Democrats are not falling over themselves to make this happen. So, like, as far as the Democrats are concerned, more power to them. I'm sure the Democrats would love to watch Republicans wallow in dysfunction and fail to nominate a speaker and fail to advance Trump's agenda. That's okay with the left. They're not in power right now, and they're not going to help Republicans gain power for the sake of undermining them. What would have to change so that the territories can gain voting rights? A constitutional amendment? They would have to become states. Right now, the territories have delegates, and delegates elect until they actually get sworn in. But delegates don't have voting power; only representatives do. And to become a representative, you would need statehood, and that would need to be done. Through Congress, and it's not going to happen right now while Republicans are in control. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break for a sec. I'll go full screen on the House right now.
And you're watching live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress live on C-SPAN. And for the second Congress in a row, no speaker has been elected, at least on the first round. We're joined all afternoon by Matthew Green, who is a professor of politics at Catholic University, the author of the book, The Speaker of the House. Professor Green, 3 members did not vote for Speaker Johnson. He has 216 votes. There are 219 Republicans in the House. We talked about Tom Massey voting for Tom Emmer, Ralph Norman, Jim Jordan, Keith Self, Byron Donalds. This vote has not been called yet, though. Could they change their mind?
Right. Well, I mean, I suppose that could be part of the conversation that's happening in the cloakroom or somewhere in the Capitol, that maybe get them to change their votes. But it seems more likely to me that they would just have a second round of voting, and in some ways, it's not really much of a difference either way, right? Either they call this and say you didn't get chosen on the first ballot, but if they can persuade them to vote differently on the second ballot, he'll still be speaker, and eventually people may even forget about this. But right at this moment, though, there's certainly a lot of pressure, I am sure, on those 3 members to change their votes, because without a speaker, it's very difficult for the majority party to do much of anything.
And this first vote, has not been called yet, correct?
As far as I can see, that's right. It has not been called.
What
yet.
does that mean? What's the significance of that?
It's hard to say. I don't really know what's happening at this point. Could just be that they're triple checking their numbers. It could be that There is some expectation that someone will change their vote. Two of these three will change their vote. I don't know, to be honest.
Well, it was 2 years ago that we went 15 rounds and a couple of days. Now, January 6th is the counting of the accreditation of the electoral votes in Congress. Is there any chance that that could push if there is no speaker elected?
Well, they have to do that. They have to do the count on that day. They're required to do so. That's
January 6th is the day that
They're
it has
required
to happen.
constitutionally to do it then. So on the one hand, that puts that really endangers. That puts a lot of pressure on the speaker elect, hopefully for Johnson to be speaker, because without him as speaker, it gets very difficult to do that. But it's not clear that we would not have a president if Johnson fails to become speaker by then. I honestly think that he will find the votes before then. But even if he doesn't, there are other ways possibly to go through the process of counting the electoral the electoral vote, the electoral ballots.
All right.
Ballots.
Tully McManus of Politico tweets out, reminder, if Republicans need to regroup before starting a new ballot, there is just one option on the table: adjourn the House. Without House rules in place, the chamber cannot recess, subject to the call of the chair. They'd need to adjourn with a certain day and time for reconvening. Do you agree with that procedure?
So let me get this straight. This is saying that
you can see it right over here on the screen. If Republicans need to regroup before starting a new ballot, there is just one option on the table: adjourn the House.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, I'd want to go back to what happened.
There are no rules in place.
Right. I don't want to go back to what happened in 2023, which was the exact same situation, is that there were no rules in the House because the Speaker had not yet been chosen. But regardless of whether you adjourn or go into recess, the point is there would be a break. You can take a break. It's a practical matter. That might be what the Republicans need, is just a break so they can start negotiating and try to get some of those Republicans to vote for Johnson.
All right. That's an update from the House floor. I want to remind you that if this drama is not enough for you and you want to watch the Senate being sworn in, that's procedure is going on C-SPAN 2 in the Senate. There are 12 new senators who will be in the Senate, and a new Majority Leader, John Thune. But we're sticking with the House here on C-SPAN. We'll be back shortly. Live coverage of the opening of the 119th Congress. You saw Representative Johnson there, the Speaker nominee for the Republicans, talking with two members who voted for other people. Ralph Norman, South Carolina, Keith Self, Texas. They both voted for other members. They're gathered there in the corner. Matt Green, Catholic University professor, what does this mean?
These are the conversations that have to happen for Johnson to get the votes he needs.
He needs these two votes to win, doesn't he?
Right. Assuming he can't get Massey, he needs those two.
He's not going to get Massey. I think we can probably call that off the table.
It seems extremely unlikely, yes.
There he goes with Keith Self and Ralph Norman, the three of them, right? There they go. Okay. That's Ralph Norman in the lead, who was not expected to not vote for Mike Johnson. And Keith Self was kind of a bit of a surprise too, wasn't he? He wasn't on our list of to watches.
They're leaving the floor
with the speaker, right?
Yep.
There they go. All right. And again, to remind viewers, the gavel has not come down on the first vote. So it is still open. These two could change their mind, and he needs both of their votes. The vote count is currently 216 for Mike Johnson, 215 for Hakeem Jeffries, 3 for others. Tom Massey, Ralph Norman, Keith Self, all voted for another individual, and Mike Johnson needs 2 of 3 of those to be elected Speaker on the first vote. Am I correct in my math?
I believe that's correct. He needs 218.
And he's at 216.
Right. If those 3 who voted for someone else will vote for a named candidate in the next round, then it's still 218, so he'll need 2 of those 3.
And we just saw the 3 gentlemen, Ralph Norman, Keith Self, and Mike Johnson, walk off the floor.
Mm-hmm. So those conversations are happening. There's negotiations going on. Would love to be in that room.
Well, I'll tell you, the reason we have are able to get some of these shots that we're getting is because C-SPAN cameras are on the floor. The speaker is allowed C-SPAN cameras to be at the opening of the Congress. Usually we do not control the cameras. They're controlled by the House of Representatives. But today we have that option. There's Tom Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene chatting on the floor as well. Tom Massey, is there any chance that he would change his vote? I see he is not part of the group of 3 that went off the floor.
Well, I suppose that's pretty telling. He's not in the conversation. So it doesn't bode well for him changing his vote. Again, anything is possible, but it seems, again, based on what he had said publicly for quite some time, he is a hard no on Speaker Johnson.
Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to be here and throughout this vote and potentially into the next one. And at the end of all this, we hope to hear from you and get your views on the opening day of the 119th Congress. Live coverage on C-SPAN.
Just popping in here for a quick second. This is an extraordinary amount of time in between the votes being cast and the official announcement being made. I don't know if there's something going on behind the scenes where they're waiting to see if any of these people change their votes. I don't know if you can change your votes once they've been cast. But this is an extraordinary amount of time. It's completely unusual. This doesn't usually happen. Usually the votes are cast and the official tally is made. And there's a little bit of time, a few minutes, 10 minutes or whatever, between the votes being cast and the official tally being read. And then we can figure out if they're going to go into recess, if they're going to adjourn for the day, or if they're just going to take a short break, which is what it feels like right now. But it's a little bit unusual. It's curious right now why they haven't read out the official tally showing that Mike Johnson hasn't reached the requisite 218 votes. Again, I'm not sure if they're able to do something along the lines of getting Norman and Self, if they strike up some deal behind the scenes, which is clearly what's happening right now, if they're going to be able to get them to change their votes in the first tally. That remains to be seen. I'm not sure the rules in this scenario, whether once you cast a vote you can't change it, or whether once the moment has passed where the final changes are able to be made. I don't know the intricacies of the rules here. That's up to okay. So I'm hearing one of the commentators said the gavel has not come down so they could change their votes. Okay, so I guess what may have happened, if I had to guess, is that maybe somebody in Republican leadership asked the clerk not to gavel out of this first vote in hopes that they can try and salvage two of these holdouts, Ralph Norman and Keith Self. So we may end this thing on the first round, or we may go into a second round. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen here, which is I guess the theme of politics in the Trump era. I'm not exactly sure what the hell is going to happen here. So I just wanted to pop back in and explain where we're at this moment right now as we await some move next. Again, for those who are watching, if you enjoy this live stream, which I'm very selfishly going to admit is like right smack dab in the middle of my 1 3-day vacation that I've taken in the last few years. So if you appreciate this live stream, do me a favor and follow or subscribe, whatever's best for you. And that's the best way to support my work. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall or anything like that. Just following along is the best way to support what I do. And hopefully we can get this done relatively soon, because I'd like to go to a pool. Okay, I'm going to go back full screen on, let's see. And yes, by the way, for those who are mentioning, Norman, Self, and Johnson walked out together. Yeah, just a few minutes ago, Keith Self, Ralph Norman, and Mike Johnson did leave the chamber together. So obviously some type of backroom, either negotiating is happening or pressure campaign is happening. And I don't know which way it's going. The pressure campaign may be from Norman and Self onto Mike Johnson, or Trump and Johnson may be pressuring Norman and Self. So I don't know which way they're going or what's going to happen here, but they are meeting together right now. The gavel has not come down. We are technically still within the first vote, and as I mentioned before at the top of this little insert here, this is a massively unusual amount of time from the final vote being counted and the official tally being released. Usually it's just a few minutes, and right now we're at about a half hour or so. So remains to be seen. I will come back shortly as soon as we have some update here. But thank you all for watching, and stand by for more.
right, you're watching live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress. Still on the first vote for Speaker. You can see the results there on the screen, or you could have. It was 216 for Mike Johnson, 215 for Representative Jeffries. 3 Republicans voted for somebody else. And as we await either for the gavel to come down and the second vote to start, or some members to change their minds, we want to take some phone calls and hear your voices on what you've seen so far the opening day. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8002 for Independents. We'll begin taking those calls in just a minute. We also have on the set with us Matthew Green. He's a politics professor at Catholic University, the author of the book, The Speaker of the House. You've written a couple of other books as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so I wrote a book, Underdog Politics, about the minority party, and also a book about the House Freedom Caucus as well.
And what did you say in that book? What was your conclusion?
Well, there's a lot of things I say about them, but if I had to summarize it, I'd say that it explains why members would be willing to join forces and challenge their own party leaders. And it's a combination of factors. But the main thing is that even if they don't win votes, they gain other things, political wins or even sometimes policy wins by doing that.
All right, so we're at 216, 215. As the math is now, Mike Johnson needs 218 to be elected. Tom Massey voted for Tom Emmer. Ralph Norman voted for Jim Jordan. Keith Self voted for Byron Donalds. We just saw Mike Johnson and Ralph Norman and Keith Self walk off the floor of the House just a few minutes ago. We've been playing with the math here. All right. What's the latest scenario that you came up with?
So remember that to be Speaker, you need more votes than anyone else, which is what Johnson has. But you also need an absolute majority of all the votes cast for a named individual. So at this point, because everyone's voted for a named individual, Johnson needs 218 votes. But if those 3 Republicans, one of them decides, yes, I'll vote for Johnson, but the other 2 just can't bring themselves to do it, but one of those other 2 instead doesn't vote or votes present, then the denominator changes and Johnson needs 217 votes, not 218. And so in that
one
case,
votes for
Johnson.
Mike
one
Johnson.
More votes for Johnson, so
one
he goes
votes
to
present.
217. One votes present, and the other, probably Tom Massey, votes for a third candidate. Because that third person didn't vote or voted present, now Johnson, by my math, needs 217, not 218, and he would be elected Speaker.
And the camera's been following Ralph Norman, Republican of South Carolina, around. He's the gentleman bent over having a conversation. So he is back on the floor. And there's Keith Self, the other of the 3, one of the 3 who voted for somebody else. Keith Self voted for his colleague, Byron Donalds, to be Speaker. So there's Ralph and Mike Johnson. Heading to the floor, heading to the well. Okay, there's Mike Johnson. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and watch. we see Ralph Norman, Keith Self, who did not vote for Mike Johnson, 2 Republicans down in the well talking to the clerk. I'm not sure who was standing behind him, but Mike Johnson was down there with him just a minute ago. Mike Johnson was talking with Hakeem Jeffries. So let's see what happens. This is the case, according to Matthew Green, Catholic University politics professor, where one could vote present, one could vote for Mike Johnson, and it would be over. Correct, Professor Green?
That's the math I've done. That's according to my math. We'll see.
And there's Mike Johnson there on the floor. So a little bit of politicking is going on here. I think he's trying to shut this down on one vote because the first vote still has not been called.
Correct. That's right.
So it looks like we may have a little bit of an update here. As I mentioned just a few moments ago, the gavel hasn't come down on that first speaker vote. So we're technically within the first vote. I think they still have the ability to change their votes. Mike Johnson just went out with Ralph Norman and Keith Self, and they just came back in. They may very well be looking to change their votes right now. As he mentioned, it looks like if one votes for Johnson and one votes present, that would give Johnson the votes that he would need to become speaker.
Mr. Norman is reported as Jordan.
House will be in order.
If I had to guess, I would presume...
Mr. Norman Johnson.
There we go. And I'm assuming Self is changing either to Johnson or present.
Mr. Self is recorded as Donalds. Mr. Self, Johnson.
All right. So that's it. Mike Johnson will be elected, or has been elected, Speaker on the first ballot. So because they never gavelled out of the first ballot, Mike Johnson was able to strike up some deal with Norman and Self, was able to avert a second ballot, and Mike Johnson will be the speaker on the first ballot as of right now. So I don't know what kind of politicking happened between the first and second, or I'm sorry, in these last few minutes between Ralph Norman and Keith Self, but whatever they were able to do, whatever they were either promised or pressured with, they eventually came around, changed their votes, which were for Byron Donalds and Jim Jordan, and opted instead to support Mike Johnson. So that's it. Mike Johnson will be Speaker.
It looks like Mike Johnson.
And this thing is a done deal after one round. So good news for me, so I can go back on vacation. Good news for Mike Johnson. Good news for Donald Trump, who's able to enact his agenda without worrying about there being no House to do that with on January 20th when he becomes president. And at this point, look, I don't think it was ever in doubt that Mike Johnson would become Speaker. It was just a question of what would have to be surrendered in terms of getting there and how much humiliation he would have to endure. He did endure some humiliation by virtue of the fact that there were enough members who opted not to support him. But at the end of the day, there was enough politicking that was able to happen to ensure that Mike Johnson could grab the Speaker's gavel.
Mike Johnson, Keith Self, and Ralph Norman walk off the floor together in a trio.
So that's where we're at right now. I will go back full screen on C-SPAN as they carry out the rest of the business here of the House, and probably pop in shortly if anything newsworthy happens at the moment. But just a quick note for those who have watched: if you enjoyed this coverage and you want to follow along with more, please make sure to subscribe or follow. That is the best way to support my work, and I very much appreciate it. I'll be doing more live streams like this. So thanks for tuning in, and let's go full right now on C-SPAN to watch the rest of what happens today.
Tim Burchett, Republican of Tennessee, we appreciate your spending a minute with us. The House is back in session.
Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 218. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 215. And the Honorable Tom Emmer of the state of Minnesota has received 1. Therefore, the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. The clerk appoints the following committee to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu; the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn; the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore; the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene; the gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell; and the members of the Louisiana delegation, Mr. Higgins, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Fields. The committee will retire from the chamber to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair.
Don't get too far.
And you're watching live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress. It's January 3rd, which is a constitutional date when the new Congress, has to elect a speaker and go into business. Mike Johnson has been elected speaker, 218 to 215 to 1. He got the majority of 434 members. That is the full Congress right now. The full Congress is actually 435 members, but Matt Gaetz, who did get reelected from his district in Florida, chose not to be sworn in, so he is not in the Congress as of right now. Coming up in just a minute, Mike Johnson will be escorted down to the dais, and he will be introduced by Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader who came in second place when it comes to being speaker, by only 3 votes. So then we will hear from Mike Johnson after he is sworn in as Speaker of the House by the clerk. Mike Johnson will make a speech. He will swear in all the members-elect. There is technically no member of Congress right now until the Speaker gets sworn in, and he can swear in all 434 other members. 219 Republicans, 215 Democrats. That's what's going to be happening this afternoon. The drama or the process of electing a speaker has concluded on one vote. It did take about 2 hours. We started this process at about 12:45 Eastern Time, and it was 2:36 when they finally declared Mike Johnson to be the speaker, and that was on one vote. Matt Green is with Catholic University, a politics professor. Professor Green, what's your assessment of what's happened so far this afternoon?
Certainly it hasn't been as wild and drawn out as the last effort to elect a speaker after a new Congress in 2023. But at the same time, what we're seeing is a consequence of a very, very narrow majority that Republicans have, and the difficulty that both parties, but especially House Republicans, have had in keeping unified. When you have a very tiny majority on a vote where you're not going to get any votes from the other party, you've got to have everybody voting together. And it only in this case takes a handful to say no, to prevent or at least delay the selection of a speaker from the majority party.
And if you are just joining us, the vote had stood at 216 to 215. 418 was needed. 3 members voted for other people. Tom Massey, who promised that he was not going to vote for Mike Johnson all along, so he was already taken out of the equation, but he voted for the majority whip, Tom Emmer. Then Ralph Norman, Republican of South Carolina, voted for Republican Jim Jordan, and Keith Self voted for Republican Byron Donalds. Well, then we saw, because we have the C-SPAN cameras in there today, which is lovely, we got to see Speaker Johnson, Keith Self, and Ralph Norman huddle and then walk off the floor. Mm-hmm. What do you think happened there?
Well, we had heard from a congressman about what he thought happened.
Tim Burchett.
Yep, and so I think what Burchett said makes sense, which is that there was a conversation about what it is they need, what is it they want, and it could be anything from just a general promise to be a certain kind of speaker to something very specific. It can be bringing a bill to the floor. It could even be committee assignments. Who knows? I think we'll probably find out in the days ahead what that conversation was and what promises, if any, were made by Johnson.
But Ralph Norman and Keith Self had to walk down to the well, didn't they, to change their votes publicly?
Right, and that's a very important point, because we also had, I think, 7 Republicans choose not to vote
at all.
When their name first came up, which meant they would be called again. And so when their names were called again, they then said, I'll vote for Speaker Johnson. But because those 3 had voted, well, 2 of the 3, Massey never changed his vote, but the other 2 voted for a named candidate, they needed to go to the well and ask the clerk to change their vote, which is in some ways just a routine process. But if you watching on C-SPAN, they had to walk down, the clerk had to say what their names were, how they originally voted, how they were going to change their vote. So it takes a bit more of an effort, and that's why Johnson had to go to the back room and have a conversation with them.
I remember, and maybe you are too young to remember this, but it was in '94, I believe it was. Bill Clinton was president. Marjorie Margolis Mizvinsky, cast a vote on a budget tax bill. And she was basically sent down. The Democrats were in control. They left the floor open, and she had to walk down to change her vote, and did not win re-election after she changed her vote in support of this tax bill. So it's a very public way to cast a vote, isn't it?
It is a public way, yeah. So that was that 1993 budget vote, and when she voted for the bill as a whole, after waiting a long time as a holdout, the Republicans basically chanted, bye-bye. You're leaving after the next election.
You do remember that.
Right. So these two Republicans who switched their vote, they may have made their party in the House happy, the conference happy, but if they have constituents who didn't want them to vote for Johnson, they're going to have to explain why they chose to go to the well and actually change their vote. And so that's why, I think you generally don't want to do that if you can avoid it, because it does put a great deal of attention, a spotlight on why you chose to change your vote.
And both Keith Self and Ralph Norman, as well as Tom Massey, at least historically, are from very, very safe districts.
Yes, but the politics that we have now, safe means safe from the other party, but not necessarily safe in a primary election. So that is where you still have to worry as an incumbent that you could lose re-election.
Who was the longest serving speaker? Do you know offhand?
The longest serving speaker was Sam Rayburn, who first became speaker in 1941 and then served off and on until his death in 1961.
Democrat, Texas.
Democrat from Texas.
What was his special power? What was his ability?
Well, he had a lot of special powers, but he was a very good fit for the nature of the House and the Democratic caucus at the time. He was very good at negotiating. He was very good at sort of balancing the different wings of his party. He had a northern liberal wing and a southern conservative wing. Part of that was discussions and conversation. Part of it was making sure that the southern wing had sufficient influence in terms of sitting on committees and being chairs of committees. It also meant keeping certain things off the House floor that would divide his party, particularly civil rights, until, not in his entire speakership, but for much of his speakership, trying to avoid the kind of public fights that would divide the party and give the minority Republicans leverage.
There was a speaker in the 1920s who was married to Alice Roosevelt Longworth.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Longworth. Mm-hmm. Buildings were named after him, right? Nicholas Longworth.
Nicholas Longworth,
right.
Yes.
Was he an impactful speaker?
He was. He didn't serve as long as folks like Rayburn, or I should mention also Pelosi, also served as speaker for quite a long time. But in terms of his ability to govern the House, he was fairly adept at it. He also, interestingly, was part of negotiations for a protracted battle for Speaker in the 1920s. Not his race for Speaker, but for, I believe it was Gillette was the Republican nominee, and there were a progressive bloc in the Republican conference who didn't want to vote for him. So he was part of the negotiations to try to get them successfully to vote for the Republican nominee.
Well, there are 3 House buildings on the other side of the Capitol. We've talked about Mr. Rayburn. He has a building named after him, Mr. Longworth, and then Mr. Cannon. We'll find out about Mr. Cannon a little bit later.
Mr. Clerk, Speaker-elect Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
Speaker Johnson, Speaker Emerita Pelosi, it's great to see you back in the chamber. Whip Clark, Chairman Aguilar, thank you for your kind and generous words of nomination. To my colleagues in government, new members of Congress, families, friends, all those assembled. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to welcome you to the People's House and the 119th Congress. The Bible teaches us in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, 1st verse, that for everything there is a season and a time for every matter under heaven. It's fair to say that in a democracy, there's a time to campaign and a time to govern. The election is over. This is a new Congress. The American people need us as their elected representatives in this season to put down our partisan swords and pick up bipartisan plowshares. It's time for us to come together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, to get things done for the people. In that spirit, House Democrats will work hard to find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues in the incoming administration on any issue, whenever and wherever possible, in order to make life better for everyday Americans. For far too long in this country, the cost of living has gone up, but the size of the middle class has come down. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Childcare costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this great country who for decades have been struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That is not acceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We need to build an affordable economy for hard-working American taxpayers, and we need to build it now. It's time for us to come together and finally lower the high cost of living in the United States of America once and for all. And we will work with anyone of any party to get that done. We will work with anyone to secure our borders, and we will work with anyone to fix our broken immigration system in a comprehensive and bipartisan manner. At the same period of time, we will push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary. So let me be clear. Social Security and Medicare are not entitlement programs. They are earned benefits. Hard-working American taxpayers pay in to Social Security and Medicare every day, every week, every month, every year throughout their entire adult life. They've earned those benefits, worked hard for those benefits, and deserve those benefits. So as Democrats, our promise to the American people is that we will fight hard to make sure that no one in this town takes away Social Security or Medicare from the American people. Not now, not ever, no means never. Our position is that it is not acceptable to cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, cut veterans' benefits, or cut nutritional assistance from children and families in order to pay for massive tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy corporations. House Democrats will fight hard to protect working class Americans and the things that matter to them, not the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Keep your hands off Social Security and Medicare. Over the last 4 years, it's been a great honor for us to work alongside President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, whose administration rescued the economy from a once-in-a-century pandemic, delivered historic infrastructure investments, created more than 15 million good-paying jobs, enacted common-sense gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years, provided life-sustaining health insurance to veterans suffering from toxic exposure, championed the largest investment in combating the climate crisis in the history of the world, which we will defend, and brought down the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans. Thank you, President Biden and Vice President Harris, for your powerful, principled, and purposeful public service. Thank you. Two months ago, the American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America. Thank you for that very generous applause. It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You see, one should love America. One should love America when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do, and that's the America that House Democrats will fight hard to preserve because we love this country. America is bigger than any one campaign, any one election, or any one individual. America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Let us never forget that our country is free, not simply because we are strong. America is strong because we are free. That freedom is now under assault. There are some in this country who apparently believe that the freedom of economic opportunity that made them wealthy should not apply to everyone else. Our message to that crowd is simple. Democrats will never abandon the long walk toward freedom. We will fight hard to defend the freedom of opportunity that makes the American dream possible. We will fight hard for the freedom to vote and to fight for a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We will fight for the freedom to organize and join a union of your choice. We will fight to defend the free enterprise system, but work hard to make sure that it actually works for working class Americans. And we will always defend a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. America promises one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's the America House Democrats will fight hard to preserve. God bless you. God bless the House of Representatives. May God continue to bless the United States of America. It is now my responsibility to present the gavel to the gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the son of a firefighter, a God-fearing man, a husband, and a loving father of four, the 56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, all of our treasured colleagues here in the House. I'm grateful for this nomination. I'm grateful for this election, for the confidence this chamber has placed in me. It is the great honor of my life to serve this body with all of you. Of course, these are difficult days in our home state of Louisiana, where I come from. We all know about the terrorist attack in New Orleans, and it's really shaken our state. People are reeling from that attack. It took the lives of 14 innocent people, and it injured dozens more. And I wanted to begin appropriately today. If we could, I'd ask you all to join me in a moment of silence for the victims of this horrific act. Thank you. Thank you for that. I believe in giving honor where honor is due, and all of us do well to honor our spouses. My wife happens to be here this time. She didn't make it last time. It happened a little sudden. Kelly, would you stand up here in the gallery? Thank you. And we have our 4 children here, Hannah, Abby, Jack, and Will. We all stand up just really quickly. Come on. I wanted to do that. All of us recognize that there are no perks to being a congressman's kid, right? It's all sacrifice. And our spouses put up with so much, endless hours in travel and all the responsibilities upon us. And we're good to remind them how important they are to us and how we could not do the job without them. And so it's appropriate for all of us to do that. Thank you, guys. This is a momentous time in the history of our nation. It really is. And as members of the 119th Congress, we are stewards of the great American Revolution that began almost exactly now 250 years ago, 1775 and 1776. It will fall at the time of this Congress, the great anniversary. And in these 2.5 centuries, we've been reminded repeatedly that freedom is never free. And we have stood tall as the greatest nation on the face of the earth. It is without debate. We are the freest, the most powerful, most benevolent nation that has ever been in the history of the world. And it's not by happenstance. We're the ones who settled the West. We're the ones who ended slavery, who laid the transcontinental railroad, who gave women the right to vote, who won 2 world wars, who landed on the moon, and who won the Cold War. Throughout our history, we have done what no one thought was possible. And still, at 250 years old, our nation is actually a young nation. This past fall, I had opportunity to go to the
G7 speakers meeting. It was held in Italy. It's the only international trip I took as speaker over the last 14 months because I didn't have time to do it, but it was a quick 3-day jaunt, and met with my colleagues, the speakers of the other parliaments, the great governments around the world. And we talked about that, how really special America is, how unique we are in our place on the globe, and how important it is for us to maintain that. And as I talked to these colleagues from around the world, I thought, our closest allies, who recognize how important we are, how important this body, this House is. I thought about how is it that such a young country has become so exceptional, so singular in its importance, that today stands as the world's leader in liberty and the economy and culture. 100 years ago, President Calvin Coolidge answered that very question in his inaugural address. It was March of 100 years ago, exactly almost. He said this: "We best serve our own country and most successfully discharge our obligations to humanity by continuing to be openly and candidly, intensely and scrupulously American." I love that. I love that. Today, yeah, that's right. That's an applause line. Today, my friends, our nation is the envy of the world. Why? Because we have been marked by a spirit and a people who are explicitly that. We are explicitly American. We don't try to be like other nations, and we recognize that a strong America is good for the entire world. And everybody around the globe knows that. That's right. We also recognize that the core principles that made America what we are must still be preserved today. The principles, I call them the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but it's really the 7 core principles of the nation itself. Individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. These are the ingredients, the things that made us who we are. And in America, we know that human flourishing is best achieved by adherence to time-tested truths. We could list a number of those simple truths. Here's a couple. It's better to give a hand up than a hand out. That innovation thrives when bureaucracy dies. The simple truth that it is parents and families and not administrators that must be in charge of their children's education. The path of prosperity has long been paved with policies that put America and Americans first. And that is what we will champion in the 119th Congress. We have a mandate, and that was shown in the election cycle. The people want an America First agenda. They do. Sadly, for the past 4 years of divided government, too many politicians in Washington have done the opposite. Open borders and overregulation have destroyed our cities and stifled innovation. Inflation and weak leadership have left Americans poorer, and they have placed our country in a perilous position. That's right. But in recent months, we've witnessed something happening, something that's really remarkable, a political moment in our modern history, a groundswell of Americans from every state, race, and religion who now demand that we put the interest of Americans first again, and we will, and we will. This is a powerful new coalition of our country. It's a coalition that insists that we purge the policies of America last and we bury them in the graveyard of history's mistakes, because it was a big mistake. To that end, this Congress will renounce the status quo and we will listen to the voices of the people. We will act quickly and we will start by defending our nation's borders. That's the number one priority. Yes. In coordination with President Trump, this Congress will give our border and immigration enforcement agents the resources that they need to do their job. We will secure the border. We will deport dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens, and finally finish building the border wall. You said you'd work with us on that, Hakeem. I'm counting on it. After 4 years of high inflation, we have a big agenda. We have a lot to do, and we can do it in a bipartisan fashion. We can fight high inflation, and we must. We'll give relief to Americans, and we'll extend the Trump tax cuts. We're going to protect our industries from one-sided trade deals, and we're going to bring overseas investments back to America's shores. That's right. We'll defeat the harmful effects of inflation, and we'll make life affordable again for America's hardworking people. As leaders of a nation with vast natural resources that God has blessed us with, it is our duty to restore America's energy dominance, and that's what we'll do. We have to apply common sense. We have to stop the attacks on liquefied natural gas, pass legislation to eliminate the Green New Deal, that funding. We're going to expedite new drilling permits. We're going to save the jobs of our auto manufacturers, and we're going to do that by ending the ridiculous EV mandates. And as heirs to the American Revolution and the descendants of patriots who defied tyranny, in the coming months, we are going to pass legislation to roll back the totalitarian fourth branch of government known as the administrative state. We're going to drastically cut back the size and scope of government. We're going to return the power back to the people. And in coordination with President Trump and his administration, we are going to create a leaner, faster, and more efficient federal workforce. We need to do that. Our people do not deserve to be ruled by millions of bureaucrats they've never voted for, never met, and can never hold accountable. They deserve a government that is led by those they've elected to lead. That is how Article 1 is supposed to work. That was the idea of the Congress, and we will return to that principle. The American people have called on us to reject business as usual and throw out the status quo. We must and we will heed their call. This is especially important as it comes to our nation's military. For too long, the Washington establishment has sought to appease and accommodate our nation's adversaries. They've tried to replace our military warriors with social justice warriors. It does not work. And while we're still the most powerful fighting force in the history of the world, by God's grace, the same establishment has eroded the capacities of our Army and Navy and diminished the readiness of our Air Force. We have to put an end to this madness. My friends and my colleagues, I think we should all unite in this idea. It is time now to reinstate fear in our enemies, refocus our mission on lethality, and realign our commitment to peace through strength right now. We have to prioritize the things that matter most. We have to make adequate investments in defense. This is the most dangerous moment since World War II, and everyone around the world is looking to America and looking to this body to ensure that we maintain the peace. What we're proposing now is just simply, as President Trump likes to say, a return to common sense. And he's exactly right. That message resonated across the country. I am very thankful, personally, that this body is filled with men and women who are committed to that change, to return to common sense. We can do this together. We should. It is our responsibility to do so. When I first took this gavel, many of you heard me say that I don't believe in luck or consequence. I believe in the idea of providence. And this morning, I participated with many of you early this morning in the 119th Congress Interfaith Prayer Service. It was held at St. Peter's Catholic Church. Many of you were there. It was an ecumenical service and a bipartisan service, which was great. My good friend Hakeem Jeffries began by a reading with the Old Testament. He read out of Deuteronomy 10. And then I was asked to provide a prayer for the nation. I offered one that is quite familiar to historians and probably many of us. It said right here in the program, it says right under my name, it is said each day of his 8 years of the presidency and every day thereafter until his death, President Thomas Jefferson recited this prayer. I wanted to share it with you here at the end of my remarks, not as a prayer per se right now, but as a reminder of what our third president and the primary author of the Declaration of Independence thought was so important that it should be a daily recitation. Let me just read you that prayer. It goes like this. Thomas Jefferson's Prayer for the Nation, it's entitled. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable ministry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endow with thy spirit of wisdom those whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law, we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail, of which we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. That was Thomas Jefferson's prayer. Yeah. Suffer not our trust in thee to fail. We will not fail. We cannot fail. We are all in this together. Our nation is counting on us to band together and solve these problems and get this done. I've said before that I believe God has elevated each one of you, that's my belief, to your positions of leadership. And it's an act of providence that you've all been placed in your specific roles in this specific moment at this historic time, at the 250-year inflection point of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It is no small thing. We're also witnesses to the providence that spared our incoming president, President Trump, from the assassin's bullet, remarkable as that was, and to the new coalition of Americans that has risen from every creed, color, and cul-de-sac who want us to put America first. Our people are asking for a thriving economy and a rebuilt middle class and strong borders and a strong military, and we can deliver that. See, these objectives and these aims don't have an R or a D behind them. They have a USA. That's what we're about. In just a few moments, we're all going to take an oath. It is the same one oath for one nation and under the banner of one great American flag. This is an opportunity for us to protect our shared American heritage, to maintain the conditions needed for self-government, and to defend what Hakeem said earlier, the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Working together, we have the potential to be one of the most consequential Congresses in the history of this great nation, so long as we work together, we do the right thing, and we put America first. As we think about all we've accomplished in the past 250 years, we can only imagine what life will be like 250 years from now. Whatever the future may look like, if we do our jobs now, we can help ensure that our civic virtues will endure, that this nation will still be an example to all the world for its greatness and its example of self-government, and that in spite of our great challenges and even our disagreements and our healthy debates, this extraordinary institution, the People's House, will still be standing strong. Thank you all so much, and God bless America. So as the sequence of events requires, I am now ready to take the oath of office. I ask the Dean of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Harold Rogers of Kentucky, to administer the oath. Hold just a second, Dean. We don't have the microphone on yet.
Celebrate our shared American self-rule. When our founding fathers rejected calls for an American king and chose a bold and innovative government of self-rule, it was met by opposition, understandably, by the world's kings. They said, "You can't govern yourself. You need a king to direct the country." They said, "It's only a dream, self-rule." The founding fathers said, "You're right. It's the American dream." And thus our founders said that we should move on our own with our own leadership. The Speaker of the House is the critical protector and promoter of self-rule, the keeper of the dream, if you will. And we've elected this man from Louisiana to carry on our bold experiment in democracy and self-rule. So, sir, if you're ready to assume this awesome responsibility, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, that you take this obligation without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Well done. Thank you.
You may as well remain standing, because according to precedent, the chair will swear in the members-elect en masse. The members-elect will all rise, and the chair will now administer the oath of office. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Thank you. Congratulations, you are now members of the 119th Congress.
And you're watching live coverage of the 119th Congress opening day. The Congress has now been sworn in. There are 434 members of the Congress. There is a Speaker of the House elected on one ballot. That one ballot took about 2 hours, though, and that is Speaker Mike Johnson from Bossier City, Louisiana. He has been reelected. Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Democrats. So one vote got Speaker Johnson elected. It was a little bit dramatic at times. The vote was left open. It was 216 to 215 in favor of Mike Johnson. He needed 218 to win. And one person voted for somebody else, and that was Tom Massey, Republican of Kentucky. So the vote was left open. Two votes, two people, Ralph Norman and Keith Self, had voted for other members of Congress. They and Speaker Johnson were huddled on the floor. We were able to see that because C-SPAN has its cameras there today. And they walked off the floor. And according to all sources, or several sources, they got a phone call from Donald Trump. And Ralph Norman and Keith Self then came to the well of the floor and changed their votes, their original votes, and voted for Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson became Speaker of the House on the first ballot. Now, Keith Self is a Republican from Texas. Here is what he tweeted out afterwards on X. He said that my sole focus was advancing the Trump agenda. To ensure this, I expressed concerns to Speaker Johnson about fiscal responsibility and holding the line on deficit spending, key priorities for my constituents. So that happened after the fact. We've had the Speaker sworn in. We've had the Congress sworn in. The next thing on the agenda is the approval of the rules package. We are joined here at C-SPAN by Catholic University political science professor Matthew Green. Professor Green, what's the significance of the rules package that they included on day one?
So after the start of every Congress, the House of Representatives passes a rules package, and that set of rules governs the way that the House will operate. And for the most part, the rules don't change very much from one Congress to another. But if there is a new majority party, or if there are perceived flaws or problems that are in the existing rules, then after an election, the majority party may desire to change the rules to address those concerns.
Some of the rules that have been changed. Number one is motion to vacate threshold, motion to vacate the Speaker of the House chair, raised to 9 members.
Yes. So this is a clear response to the problems Republicans had in the previous Congress.
Where one person.
Exactly. Now, if we want to go back a little bit further, that was the standard rule in the House for many, many years. And then it started to be used by conservative Republicans who were unhappy with their leadership. So when Nancy Pelosi and Democrats took over the House, they changed the rules so that you had to be from the party itself, not just one member, had to make this motion, or technically it's a privilege resolution to vacate the chair. But as a part of the negotiations that Kevin McCarthy made with Republicans to get elected Speaker, he went back to the original rule, which proved to be very problematic because Congressman Matt Gaetz used that rule to force the House to consider whether to keep him as Speaker, and they voted not to keep him as Speaker. So this is a clear response to that, where Republicans aren't going to go to the Pelosi model, but they are going to raise the threshold. So you need 9 Republicans to offer this resolution, or offer it and then co-sponsor it, in order for it to be privileged.
Anything significant about 9?
I don't know where the number 9 came from. I will say what's significant is that more than 9 Republicans chose not to vote for Johnson, at least initially, in this ballot. So they may have been signaling to him, look, there's more than enough of us to meet and exceed that threshold if we're unhappy with your how you're doing as Speaker.
Also in the rules package, the Oversight and Accountability Committee is being renamed back to the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. The Office of Diversity and Inclusion for the House is being eliminated. Significant?
So the first thing you mentioned is a naming is a naming change. I would argue that is not significant. Certainly, with a Trump White House, Republicans in the House are probably a little less concerned about holding the White House accountable.
And we're going to go back to the House live.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have selected as Majority Leader the gentleman from Louisiana, the Honorable Mr. Steve Scalise.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the Democratic caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Leader the gentleman from New York, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Yay! The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have elected as Majority Whip the gentleman from Minnesota, the Honorable Tom Emmer.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the Democratic caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Whip the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1, resolved that Kevin McCumber of the state of Illinois be and is hereby chosen Clerk of the House of Representatives, that William McFarland of the state of Maryland be and is hereby chosen Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives, and that Catherine Spindor of the Commonwealth of Virginia be and is hereby chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives.
The gentlewoman from Michigan.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I offer an amendment to the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Aguilar of California, that Jamie Harrison of the state of South Carolina be and is hereby chosen Clerk of the House of Representatives, that Becky Cornell of the state of New York be and is hereby chosen Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives, and that Brooks Scannell of the state of Massachusetts be and is hereby chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 208A of the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1946, the chair appoints Reverend Dr. Margaret Gruen-Kibben of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to act as and to exercise the duties of the chaplain of the House of Representatives effective today. The chair will now swear in the officers of the House. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations. Here.
And this is live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress. Next on the agenda is a debate on the rules for the 119th Congress, and then a vote, and that should be the end of the day. There may be some one-minute speeches, etc., at the end of the day, but we do want to let you know that Donald Trump has tweeted out that congratulations to Speaker Mike Johnson for receiving an unprecedented vote of confidence in Congress. Mike will be a great speaker, and our country will be the beneficiary. The people of America have waited 4 years for common sense, strength, and leadership. They get it now, and America will be greater than ever before. Debate on the House rules.
Representative from the state of Louisiana has been elected Speaker, and that Kevin McCumber, a citizen of the state of Illinois, has been elected Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 119th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
For a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 3, resolved that a committee of 2 members be appointed by the Speaker on the part of the House of Representatives to join with a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, pursuant to House Resolution 3, the Chair announces the Speaker's appointment of the following members to the committee on the part of the House to join a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and the Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 4, resolved that the clerk be instructed to inform the President of the United States that the House of Representatives has elected Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana, as Speaker, and Kevin McCumber, a citizen of the state of Illinois, as Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 119th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. One hour. Yeah. 1 hour. And then.
And live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress. The debate on the rules package will begin momentarily, and we will certainly go to it as soon as it starts. We talked about the motion to vacate. The threshold is up to 9 members. We talked about the renaming of the Oversight and Accountability Committee back to the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Some of the other rule changes that are coming up: elimination of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and an authorization for subpoenas from the House Judiciary Committee related to the Department of Justice's Biden investigation. Matthew Green is a professor of politics at Catholic University here in Washington, D.C. He is with us. Professor Green, the DEI elimination and the subpoenas elimination, are those significant rule changes?
I guess it depends on your perspective. I think the DEI certainly reflects the view of the Republican Party at large. We're skeptical of DEI initiatives. So, whether that is a good or bad thing, I think it's not surprising that the Republicans would do that. As far as the DOJ, this certainly suggests that the House Republicans are going to continue their investigation into Biden, the Biden family, how the Biden family was investigated. Whether that's sustained or not is unclear, because technically Republicans have majority in the House, majority in the Senate, and the White House. And so whether they want to focus on that as opposed to other issues that might be important to the Republican Party with unified control of government, it's hard to say.
When we were talking during the break, you mentioned that there was another rule about privileged resolutions that was significant to you. What was that?
Right. So one of these rules changes is that instead of one member being able to offer a privileged resolution to vacate the chair, or a motion to vacate as people call it, that threshold's been raised to 9. But in addition, it only applies to members of the majority party, meaning as before, any member, Republican, Democrat, could offer a privileged resolution to vacate the chair, and it would be privileged. It would have to come to the floor. But this new rule says only Republicans, because they're the majority party, can offer a privileged resolution. So if 9 Democrats want to remove Johnson, they have to offer a resolution under the regular order, and that resolution would go to a committee where it could be killed or could die. They can't force the House to vote on it. This is the first time, I think, in the history of the House that the ability to remove a speaker under special rules, if you will, or a privileged process applies only to members of one party.
That debate on the rules package will begin momentarily, and that should be the end of business for the House of Representatives today. They will be back on Monday. Monday is a significant day, January 6th as well. What's going to happen
Big day.
Monday?
Well, that is the electoral college votes are counted, and that's when they're tallied up, and then whoever has the most electoral college votes becomes the president of the United States.
And does the Speaker have a role in that?
So the Speaker does preside over the House during that process, which was why a number of people were concerned that if Johnson did not win this vote today, the House would not be able to proceed with its constitutional duty to count the ballots and determine who the winner was. That probably was not the case, but that's one of the things that made this vote so significant for Speaker.
In the counting of the ballots, does the Senate have a role?
So the members are there, the House and Senate, and actually it is a bicameral process. So
Senate
it's not
comes
just
over to the House.
Right, exactly, yeah. So there is a formal process, and I believe if I remember correctly, the Vice President is there who's counting the ballots.
So Vice President Harris will be presiding over the counting of the ballots. Al Gore did that in 2000, I believe, after he lost the presidency.
Right, Richard Nixon in 1960. Same thing. It's a little awkward when you ran for president.
That's kind of a tough assignment, isn't it? We've been watching Kamala Harris over on C-SPAN 2 with the greeting the new members and having pictures taken, the new members of the Senate, and kind of probably a tough assignment.
Yes, but that's the beauty of our democracy, that if you lose an election, you still have to follow the rules, and this is a process that you have to follow, even if it means you are literally presiding over your own election loss.
Okay, so we are going to call it there. Obviously, that's the end of the coverage. As far as Mike Johnson's speaker's bid is concerned, he was successful today in becoming speaker on the first. Well, successful is a relatively term. He was able to ultimately overcome some serious hurdles in becoming speaker today with regard to having Trump ultimately weigh in and get Ralph Norman and Keith Self to withdraw their objections against him and ultimately come around to support him. There was reporting showing immediately after the vote that Donald Trump did indeed have to call these two guys and get them to lift their objections. So yet again, Trump weighs in and is able to bend the Republican conference to his will, which, you know, the interesting part about that, of course, is that the legislative branch is there purportedly to act as a check on the executive branch, and yet this legislative branch under Republican control has opted to just act as an extension of the executive branch. But that's what you get when you have Donald Trump in charge. It is complete acquiescence, complete obedience to the God King there. So we'll leave the coverage there for today. Please tune in later on my YouTube channel. I'm going to have an interview with Adam Schiff coming out. I believe this is the first interview he's done since he's become a U.S. Senator, and some regular coverage as well. So again, for everybody who's watched all of the coverage starting from earlier this morning as we headed into this speakership saga, as it always ends up being, thanks for watching. If you want to support this channel, please make sure to follow or subscribe. That's the best way to support my work. And I'll talk to everybody later. Thanks.